got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Sinya uli di sombran saltamak Etsu ita saluda antes di niga Radzal dan malak estrellas durante todo mu a nogi distancia gumugubugi palu zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fani bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa giluk tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi Samoru purita nota kantai matu nanyagi todu ilugat parai honra parai gloria abibais la sin parat parai honra parai gloria abibais la sin parat todo y tiempo y paz para kita dan gini langit na bendition Conchai piligu na fan sofuham Zeus protehis languahon Conchai piligu na fan sofuham Zeus protehis languahon Osaina, Oaniti, Ninumai, Amines Kuntan, Ninale. Osaina, Oaniti, Ninumai, Amines Kuntan, Ninale.
in my Guam bomb, stroll all around. Rolling up from the Lido and back to zero down. They come from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. I wanna ride in my Guam bomb, stroll all around. Rolling up from the Lido and back to zero down. They come from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. Soldier rise, come and fight to this down. Feeling alive by an eye reggae paradise. For me, soldier rise, come and fight to this down. Feeling alive by an eye reggae paradise. Every time we jam and I, you know we got that vibe now. Rastafari and I, we tending to this world now. Fuji man or Rasta man, you know we bringing it down now. Fuji man or Rasta man, you know we break it down now.
Bring a different mode to our almost words for the praise.
What so let's say?
What a chick be new, then the boys be worse than the bees.
So let be. I wanna ride in my Guam bomb, stroll all around. Rolling up from the Lido and back to zero down. They come from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. I wanna ride in my Guam bomb, stroll all around. Rolling up from the Lido and back to zero down. They come from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down.
BAOTOMANUA, let's go. I'm 11 and over giving them hits while we flow. Each and every track we dropping by my clock. Let it blow, blow it till it blow the city, burn it till it burn it down. I'm feeling a rhythmic won't stand top, I live by the pound. So hold me down, hold me down, hold me down. Cause the guys now that me smoking keep me lifted off the ground. We have killers coming after us, they come from all around. With the new expansion to this group instead we're broken down. I'm a living while I'm living in Samoa, I will pray. Only there I know may come true. Every day Opumanu Apango Pango will sing I return. So bring us that beat back.
I wanna ride in my Guam bomb, stroll all around. Rolling up from the Lido and back to zero down. They come from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. I wanna ride in my Guam bomb, stroll all around. Rolling up from the Lido and back to zero down. They come from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down.
I'm a last minute member, I'm being introduced. When you're vibing all the rhythms, it is me you should accuse. You show me funny faces, thought I was a joke. But now I'm jamming with my boys, Ben Woodson and Otto. Don't really care, don't really know. Cause now I'm showing all the people that we got the flow.
I wanna ride in my Guam bomb, stroll all around. Rolling up from the Lido and back to zero down. They come from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down.
All right, let's go. Good morning, Guam. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You're pretty red after that. That was a lot of breath.
Yeah, I just did a big exhale. There goes all my troubles. Good morning, Guam.
If only it could be that easy.
Yeah, I don't have any troubles, really. I'm like a duck in the water. Just off me. It's a new day, guys. Every day's a new day. Now we got a chance this morning to be better than we were yesterday. And Lord knows we could definitely use a lot of improvement in what's going on all around us. And we'll just have a really big show for you guys this morning. And what do we got? Thank you. That was...
We got Dr. Hoa Nguyen, who's going to be starting off our interviews today.
Right.
Have we ever had Dr. Nguyen this early in the morning?
Yeah.
No.
He's first man up.
He's an early morning type of guy.
Yeah.
And then we're going to catch up with Cherese Ariola over at Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. Because remember they had that thing with the
group home?
The group home where it was positive, and then they ended up turning the whole thing into a COVID isolation unit because everybody in that group home was COVID positive. 7:30, Customs Chief Ike Paredo will be joined by Airport Director John Kanata. They had some positives over at the airport. We know they've had a lot of positives at Guam Customs. We haven't heard from the chief. It's been a minute, so glad to get him on in the KUAM News Zoom room. Ed Byrne, our administration director, also coming up this morning. We'll kind of catch up with him on some of these aid programs, Bree, that the government of Guam has. And we'll also check on your overtime. Have you guys got your overtime? We'll talk with Mr. Byrne. Education Superintendent John Hernandez. Then we're getting Dr. Annette David. She did a great presentation at the press conference last week. We'll kind of expand on that. And then she's also doing a talk today that we'll talk about. We got Christine Farron. It's Arbor Month, guys. And she was just recently promoted to the Forestry Division Chief.
Yay. She's a really, really good person.
At Department of Ag. So
no one we would rather have teaching you how to plant a tree.
Right. It's good stuff. Good people.
Fighting forest fires.
And then we're also going to get Dr. Michael who he's the pediatrics guy on the Physicians Advisory Group, and I believe he's also the Education Committee chair. So we'll talk with him, kind of catch up a little bit on his thoughts on Dodea schools reopening. Mm-hmm. And good morning to our KUAM News Facebook Live, Debbie Davis, who's definitely a top fan, writes, good morning, Sabrina, Salas Mantanani, Chris, Jason Solis, all at KUAM and all on Guam.
Hey, you guys, Debbie, man, our prayers to your family. We're gonna let Debbie, tell her story in her own words, like at some point and everything like that. But we're thinking about you, Debbie.
Also, Sheila GL Defon writes, good morning, Guahan from Cali.
Vince Reyes writes, half a day from Pennsylvania.
Hey, the Keystone State.
Perry Kiyomi Yalolmar writes, good morning, KUAM, and stay safe always. We always do.
We have got a lot of our friends and family in Florida. We have got Bradenton saying half a day. We have got Sarasota saying half a day. We got Cocoa Beach. And we got Miami. The 305 is joining us.
Pitbull. I just always think of Pitbull. 305.
What does Dale mean? You know how he always says that in his music? What does that mean?
Dale.
Oh, okay. Joe Sir said it means dance.
Yeah, it means dance. You thought it meant something deep, philosophical? Yeah, it means let's go. Like, hey. Dolores Manzanoni writes, good morning, KUAM team. Tautau Guam and the Marianas from Inalahan. Stay safe, everyone.
Brownsuga Tee. I tune in all the time. I love you all, Chris and Bree and the crew. Good morning to you all.
Thank you, Brownsuga Tee from the LBC.
There you go. He's coming to us from Long Beach. We have love from Cherese Kellum, half a day from Houston.
Vince Bonchu Reyes writes, half a day from Pennsylvania. Also, good morning, Roland Sandia.
Dolores Manzanonia, good morning, KUAM team, Tautau Guam and the Marianas from Inalahan. Stay safe, everyone.
All right, also joining in the house, my friend Andrew Mesa jumped on the KUAM News live feed. I just want to say good morning to all the people in the south from Umatic, Agate, Santa Rita, on down through Molesto. Special shout out to Kaneni Road. Also Inalahan, Malolo, Talafolfo, Ipan, Jotnia, Pago Bay. Good morning, my people of the South.
Half a day to everybody in the government isolation facility and home isolation and everybody over at the Deuce It Outrigger in quarantine.
Half a day to everybody at Bear Rock or around Bear Rock. Remember Bear Rock? Do Bear Rock and Camel Rock still look like bears and camels to you guys?
I don't know, but they used to call Bear Rock Squirrel Rock.
You know what? I can see that. I never with the tail and everything like that.
Perlita Delamar Garcia writes, half a day from Dallas. Stay safe for all our cowboy fans out there.
Hey, you know what? Half a day to all of you in Dallas and Fort Worth too. Let's cover the whole DFW area.
Also, Corpus Christi. Oh man, Anson Charfers writes, Chris, you forgot Cocos Island. I did. You're right.
Oh.
Good morning, Cocos Island. Good morning, Cocoa Birds.
Good morning, Cherese from Houston.
Castine Arceo, good morning. Tess Renee writes, Woodwood, Bear Rock in the house, Jay.
No, I remember when I was a kid and we would take trips to like this, either field trips for school, and we would pass by like Camel Rock. It's Petey? Was that considered? Yeah, I guess, Petey-ish, right? But Camel Rock, everybody used to freak out because like, wow, there's a camel out on the water. It's so cool. And then you go to Bear Rock and that looks even more, and the effects of erosion and, time and everything like that. The kids these days just don't know.
It still it's not like it eroded that much, my friend.
Okay, young people, like, go look it up on Wikipedia, I guess.
Edwina Rodriguez writes, good morning, Tato Guam. Enjoy your day. Tarico, good morning, gang. Please stay safe. We always do, especially after last night. The crazy news, 130 positives. That is an all-time daily high, Sabrina?
Yeah, that was 130 positives
By a
out
lot.
of 957 samples.
Yeah, so the test positivity rate, it's really insane. And I just wonder, I was talking last night, I wonder if people are just numb to this, if they're just so used to it and so concerned about what they can do under this weak PCOR 1 that, I don't know, I feel like there's some people that just not even hearing it anymore. But then again, I mean, I know a lot of people who are taking it seriously.
Yeah.
Josh Champaco Mendiola writes, buenas from Graham, Washington. Carmen Camacho, good morning from Utah. Wow, stay safe, Guam.
All right, I want to say hafide and good morning to all of my friends in Tampa, Florida, and in Los Angeles, California, whose cities, of course, are going to be starting the World Series. Who you guys got, Dodgers or Devil Rays? Actually, now it's just Rays. But Chris, in a previous life, you were a great baseball writer.
Nothing. I don't. None of them.
You were a Phillies guy, though, right?
I don't like the Dodgers. Red Sox all day. Chris
You're a Jim
Agagi
Rice guy.
writes, it really is getting crazy. Yeah, it is. And so we're going to have Dr. Wen on from the PAG. It's interesting what they've been saying in the PAG is there's this consistent theme that we're not going to go backwards. Right? And I just feel it's a little ironic because when we talk to Dr. Ho Wen, he says the only thing that would work in terms of flattening this COVID curve is going backwards. And when we say going backwards, I feel like that's not really a good way to characterize it. We're talking about a stricter lockdown with stricter measures.
I was thinking about something. Of course, I live my life through the lens of movies because I'm a dork. But I was thinking when we keep saying we got to go forward and everything. Remember that one scene from The Perfect Storm with Mark Wahlberg and George Clooney when they said, we can't keep dancing around like this big storm. It's coming to us from all. We're just going to turn our boat around and just power right and try and drive right through it. Is that somewhat of an analogy that would be applicable towards like what they're trying to do? They're just like, we're gonna try and set these guidelines and these rules about how we should behave and how we should take care of ourselves and take care of each other. But we're also going to face this thing head on.
Jesse John Sanchez writes, buenas from El Paso, Texas. Lou Bell,
Hey.
Good morning from Why I Go. Yeah, we were talking this morning, and there's a lot of people out there who feel that we're just still not hearing enough from the administration, like the governor, the lieutenant governor. Lieutenant governor is supposed to come on yesterday. Didn't make it on the show.
The other thing, when we got the numbers last night, I know a lot of people were thinking how many of those 130, which is a eye-popping number, really astonishing, how many of those were due to the rapid engagement teams, door-to-door testing. 31 of the 130 they were reporting were from the GIGO testing. So that's about, a fifth?
Right.
No, not even.
I mean, but to me, what was even more alarming, as if 130 positives isn't enough of an eye-opener. Did you guys see the hospitalization numbers?
Was it 57? Is it? No.
Well, the 59 at
59.
GMH, right?
Right.
And 7 over at GRMC and a 4 at Naval Hospital.
Right, and so the ICU numbers, we had Lillian on the other day, those climbed significantly. And we also saw, I think it was about 11 or 12 hospitalizations yesterday. So this virus, and we've heard from, Dr. Ann Pobutsky at Public Health, Dr. Jolene at Guam Memorial Hospital, that they believe there's something in this second wave where we're seeing patients get hit harder. We're seeing people who are healthy get taken by this virus. So in all that we do, I think it's key to remember number one priority, like my boy Channing said on Sunday when I was dropping him back. What's your advice for the people of Guam this week? Don't catch COVID. That's got to be our center. Number one priority has got to be keeping not just ourselves safe, but each other safe. Because the virus, it's rampant, Bree. It's so widespread. We talked to Dr. Peter Lombard, and he said if you look at the active cases, that's just a snapshot of what's really out here in the community. And if the doctors are saying, don't even eat lunch together, They put out a plea. Everybody who's working, and there's a lot of people working now, don't eat lunch together because it's spreading in the workplace, because it's so widespread in the community. And it's sad because people are scared to miss work. Jobs are scarce. People need money. Poo is running dry. So they wake up, they might not be feeling good. They don't want to miss a day of work. I don't want to miss a day of work. Mm-hmm. And so they're coming to work sick. They're coming in hot, and the virus is spreading. Mm-hmm. Sorry, guys, I'm not trying to lecture you, but I just feel like we got to come back, and I don't know. None of this is working.
And we actually have some PSAs that the U.S. Department of Labor has produced that we're going to start running about your rights as an employee as it applies to COVID.
Right.
So once we get those downloaded, we'll start shooting them out so everybody knows.
It was in the comments yesterday, we kind of were talking about this, and someone had commented, I'm sick. How sick? So basically, that's probably the follow-up question a lot of bosses are asking when their employees call and say, I'm not feeling well. Well, how unwell are you? I mean, there's also the side of it that, I mean, just because you're sick, it doesn't mean it's COVID. But at this point, you should probably assume it is. So we just got to regroup, because I feel like we're out here alone. You know what I mean? There's just not that presence. Governor, I feel like in some ways, the governor, and in some ways as well, the lieutenant governor, I don't know if it's because they already caught COVID, so they don't got nothing to worry about. But I feel like we're out here wandering alone. But we're not alone because we have each other. That's why we got to pull together as a community. I know it's corny. I know it's a cliche. But we're really all we've got, guys. Good morning.
I did extend an invitation to Adelup, by the way, last week, Friday, after the press conference. I did extend that invitation to come on any day this week.
Anytime, any day. Let's go, Gov. Don't be silly about it. Let's just come on. You're the governor. You're the people of Guam's leader. You need to talk to your people. I know it's tough. I'm pretty sure the governor just feels like she's so hated on right now. I mean, there's people whose whole platform in this election is I hate Lou. But Gov, you got to suck it up. You got to come out. You got to talk to the people. You got to be here with us. That's what I think's key is, we want leaders to be here with us, not above us or, isolated from us, or talk to us every 3 weeks whenever you feel like it. You got to be here with us. And if they're not, then we got to be here for each other. It's a 6:36, Wednesday, the 21st day of October. This is The Link, our multimedia extravaganza here with KUAM News. And you can catch it all over the place. We're The Breeze, 93.9 KUAM FM in Agotni, Guam. Also, there's KUAM TV. It's going on right now. We're with you guys on KUAM TV until 8 a.m. So enjoy it. Drink your coffee. Dip your biscucho. Where's your Navy biscuits? Let's put some butter on that stuff.
I haven't had that in a while.
Yeah.
Thank you for making me malago.
Yeah.
Navy biscuits, 1/4 of an inch thick.
Right.
And again, we're talking about like what Nana used to do, right? My grandmother had like the butter that she would put in the fridge, so that butter would be cold when she would just layer it on.
Yep.
And the Navy biscuits, I mean, at least back then, she would keep that in I guess what you would consider like a bread box.
Yeah.
So it was like eating a hollow block.
I mean, they had the tin. They had the really nice tin. And I always wondered, is this stuff only big on Guam? I bet that whoever makes the Navy biscuits and the ship biscuits, they're probably like, thank God for those Chamorros. Yeah. They keep buying this stuff. Them and the makers of Cherese's Espinal, they're like, damn, we love you, Chamorros.
The Navy Biscuit Corporation Incorporated is like, did you see our stock just rose 17 points today?
It's them Chamorros. They're only buying it for the container.
The shareholders are quite pleased with our earnings over average performance this week.
Yeah, so, another butter your pantosta, your ship biscuit, dip it in your coffee. Enjoy the morning with us. We definitely do our best to try and get all the people who are making the decisions, calling the shots on here to the show, to plead their case, to take it to the people. So sit back and pay attention. We got to pay attention, Guam, especially if you haven't voted yet. I blew my wad already. I already voted. I'm impotent to you guys. You don't need me anymore. I cast my ballot already.
It was quick too, wasn't it?
It was so quick. I want to say painless, but it's going to be painful for some of the people I didn't vote for. I only voted for two. Two senators. Of all the candidates, I could only find two. And I'm in here every day talking to these people. So if I can only find two and I'm paying attention, good luck. Good luck. I talked to Maria Pangilinan of the Guam Election Commission yesterday, and one of the things they're saying, well, she didn't really want to mention it too much because, she's a nice lady. But there's an issue with these supporters of these political candidates at the polling sites. She was telling me there was one voter who complained that the supporters were just too much, too crazy, too close. And I seen it. I seen some videos. Guys, I know it's an election, but you're trying to catch votes, not COVID.
Oh, wait, I got a question. I got a question about the in-office voting that they've been doing, and the satellite voting for that matter. Remember the GEC's rules every single year. If you go to the polls on election day in a normal year, right, you cannot wear any articles of clothing that endorse a particular candidate, or they'll say,
Right.
you have to
Can't go
remove your shirt.
inside.
Is that the same rule for in-office voting? Has Maria even addressed that?
No, I think it would apply. Yeah. There's no electioneering or campaign.
Like if you show up and it's like, write in Barnett, they'll ask you either, they say like you
turn
have
it
to go home
inside out.
Oh yeah, turn it
that's-
inside out. Yeah.
I don't see why that would change.
Because that's kind of a form of electioneering too, right?
Yes.
Which is a no-no. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you were talking about how there's concerns about people that are outside, they're too close. What do you think about then Michael St. Nicholas? He posted on Facebook that he told his people, no, I don't want you guys to go out there and campaign outside of these polling sites.
Yeah, I saw that.
I think it was smart.
Yeah. I don't know if other candidates want to follow suit and do that, but obviously there needs to be some kind of scaling back or, even enforcement. But really, these candidates and their supporters, they should just know better. I mean, who doesn't know we're in a freaking pandemic? Who doesn't know that you got to social distance? Mm-hmm. I assume everybody knows it, so when I see you violating the protocols, I just think you're being stupid.
And no one's policing it, so.
And no one's policing
You
it.
can't
and-
really cite anybody. I mean,
And we
GPD
really
can't.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say anymore with this whole public health. Public health puts out these orders, and then someone sues, and all of a sudden, public health just turtles in, and they're like, "Oh, we don't know. We're just going to admonish people."
So that makes you wonder if maybe the next step, because you were saying what's been proposed and what's been implemented and what's been applied to this point is not working. If they are going to get really, really serious with criminalizing violations.
Well, I think there was a hearing yesterday, and with the health committee, and Artson Augustine, the director, he acknowledged, there are some issues with enforcement and issuing citations, and they're waiting for the Attorney General to chime in, and also acknowledged the fact that, perhaps we should have sought the opinion prior to the guidances and things that came out.
And they did emphasize the point that if you do violate, at least right now, according to statute, you will get a civil citation, not a misdemeanor, meaning like it would not be on your permanent record, when you apply for a loan or when you apply for a job going forward. They're like, oh, you weren't wearing your mask when you went into a restaurant and everything like that, so it's not going to come back to haunt you. And that is a sticking point for a lot of people, and they think that the penalties should be a lot more swift and severe.
I think
there
the
was
real
a public hearing yesterday on,
Yeah.
on Senator Luis Muñoz's bill, the Pandemic Bill of Rights, and I think we have a story on that coming up in the news report. But a lot of people testified, a lot of high-profile people testified.
Right.
during that hearing.
Archbishop.
It was
Yeah.
almost like a congressional forum, too, because they had the three candidates. We had the Archbishop come out. But, with this whole public health and them saying they don't have the muscle or the teeth to enforce these, executive order and pandemic protocols, I think the real statement is that they feel they need the authority to enforce this because
Right.
our people should just, again, know better. It's one community, and when they just break the rules and flout the rules and endanger people, it just makes me think that you don't value the people we live with, especially on a small island. I mean, we are white, black, brown. I don't care what color you have. You're purple. we're all connected like this because we're on this island. And so every little action that I do has a reaction for you. And I just think these businesses, and we know who the ones we're talking about, they just don't care. I mean, why would they care? Public health can't even do anything.
Just really, I think people, if you have the time, go to the Guam Legislature's YouTube channel and watch all those hearings and roundtables that occurred late yesterday afternoon. If you want to know what's going on and what they're working on and what they're discussing, because public health participated, there was a whole roundtable on isolation facilities and that entire process. So if you have time, please check it out.
Yeah, you guys had the public hearing on, what was it, on TV or on YouTube in your office? I mean, it was, and you guys were blasting that thing. The volume was like on 11. I thought I was there.
I always blast it.
Yeah, you guys were taking notes. You guys were, responding.
I was more like...
I was more monitoring.
I was cussing to the TV.
Yeah. I think I heard one or two of those, too.
644, let's jump into it. Again, it's the link brought to you by Carrier at 647-COOL. Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and the Thrive Coalition, where we remind you it takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. At 644, let's go ahead and dive into the day's headlines from the KUAM News team with the very latest. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Matanani.
Off a day, everybody. Out of 957 samples ran through various labs, a total of 130 returned positive for COVID. This brings Guam's current COVID case count to 3,886 people who have been infected with the coronavirus since March. 1,466 people are actively fighting the virus, while more than 2,300 have recovered. Guam has recorded 67 deaths related to COVID. Of the 130 new cases, 22 were identified through contact tracing. 5 cases reported recent travel, 3 from the U.S. mainland and 2 from the Philippines were identified in quarantine. Additionally, 2 more employees at GDOE have tested positive for COVID. They were identified at Jose Reyes Middle School and Orat Chalanpago Elementary and were identified through contact tracing. As for hospitalizations, 59 COVID patients are hospitalized at GMH, 13 are in ICU, and 5 are on ventilators. At Guam Regional Medical City, there are 7 COVID patients there, with 1 in ICU. At Naval Hospital, there are 4 hospitalized, with 3 in ICU and 1 patient on a ventilator. Again, that's at Naval Hospital. The airport announced 2 of its employees have tested positive for COVID. The airport's management and administrative officers were closed Tuesday and today for deep cleaning and will reopen tomorrow. Contact tracing has also been initiated for employees identified as close contacts with the infected staff. Airport operations were not affected by the new cases. The airport last month implemented new access procedures for the terminal, limiting it to authorized employees, essential service providers, and travelers. And now, with more news, here is Tyler Mazzanani.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I'm Tyler Mazzanani with your headlines here on The Link. A bill to establish a pandemic bill of rights drew some high-profile testimony during a public hearing today. The measure by Senator Luis Muña finds that the declaration of a public health emergency has led to what Muña believes is the suspension, restriction, and limitations of certain constitutional and civil rights. Among those who testified were Archbishop Michael Burns, Congressman Michael San Nicolas, and former Congressman Robert Underwood. Each expressed views about where the line should be drawn between executive power and individual freedoms. But author Luis Muña said the intent of her bill should be clear.
Living in housing units that during times of hardships, they are being imposed of late.
We have seen executive orders that attempt to rewrite the elements of the civil violation of public nuisance and the crime of criminal mischief, which may carry a felony conviction. Now, I know this bill does not address the issue of forced closures of businesses. Perhaps, maybe in the future, we can lobby for amendments to our Constitution and Organic Act that make the right to operate a business a fundamental civil right.
But the bill seeks to decriminalize quarantine violations. Under the measure, those who disobey the executive order would be subject to a civil violation instead of a criminal misdemeanor. Meanwhile, the Archbishop testified in support of the measure out of concern that the governor's order infringes on freedom of religion.
Sunday's our day. And to find ourselves so grievously limited to almost not allowing anybody into the church, that's a problem for us. And at the same time, we, certainly as the Catholic Church, we recognize that we have an obligation to collaborate with the state. As partners, we should be able to push back at times too. That, if something's becoming a little a greater weight on us as the church, we're gonna, we may push back at times because that's what partners do.
The Catholic Church has made it clear that it is opposed to the limiting of parishioners inside the church during Mass. As Archbishop Burns says, they have been very careful in observing all of the safety and health protocols. Hawaii has just launched a program to put millions of dollars in cash in the hands of state residents to spend on local dining. Guam's similarly struggling restaurant could certainly benefit from such a program. And as Nestor Lecanto reports, local officials may already be working on it.
Hawaii on Saturday sent out more than 100,000 debit cards, each loaded with $500 for use in local eateries. Gwen Yamamoto Lau is the administrator of the Hawaii Restaurant Card Program.
The primary purpose of this program is to inject $75 million into our very struggling restaurant industry and the entire food supply chain. And when the state was looking at how we might deploy the funds, it could have been done in a number of ways. However, we wanted to impact and help as many people as possible. So we decided to deploy the funds through our displaced workers.
The state government set aside CARES Act money for this latest economic stimulus program, and so only those who are unemployed because of the pandemic are eligible. Meanwhile, Governor Lou Leon Guerrero said at a news conference Thursday that she was to meet soon with officials from the Chamber and the Women's Chamber about the possibility of a similar program for Guam.
There's some idea about working with the Guam Hotels and Restaurants Association to provide some grant to individuals so that it can be in a form of coupons, it can be in other forms, but definitely the concept there is to help stimulate the economy by providing some means of cash to individuals so that they can go and spend those in their various restaurants and so forth.
Sarah Guen is the owner of Pizza Press and a director of the Hawaii Restaurant Association. She says the pandemic closures have been brutal on her business.
The second shutdown, it was back again, same thing, but we got back to maybe half. And so it was pretty scary. And as far as with the support, and it couldn't have come at a better time.
You can catch the full interviews on the Hawaii Restaurant Card Program on Wednesdays in full Zoom. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
The Archdiocese of Agana has established a contact tracing team. According to a media release, they are currently undergoing training for certification from the University of California, San Francisco and Johns Hopkins. Additionally, the Archdiocese has also established contact tracing protocols. The Archdiocese's contact tracing protocols and contract tracing team are part of the Church's efforts to be diligent in the way we address any exposures within parishes.
The Department of Revenue and Taxation is still accepting online applications for the Azuda e Mangafa program. It provides $500 payments for certain dependents that may not have qualified for assistance under the federal stimulus package. According to DRT Director Daphne Shimizu, at least 500 people have applied to date. Shimizu is hoping to get checks cut this week. Meanwhile, the deadline to file is November 12th. The Guam Police Department is asking the public's help in their search for two men wanted for questioning in connection to 2 separate criminal cases. 40-year-old Eric Lee Keng Flores is a person of interest in connection to multiple retail theft complaints. He was last seen driving a dark-colored sedan, possibly a Toyota Yaris or a Nissan Sentra with tinted windows. Police also need your help in locating 20-year-old Dustin Shane Tatau. Police want to question him about an ongoing assault, criminal sexual conduct, and unlawful restraint complaint. The public is advised not to approach either men and instead call GPD. That number is 472-8911 or 475-8615 through 7. Additionally, you can submit a tip to guam.crimestoppersweb.com. The information will remain confidential. If the tip leads to an arrest and grand jury indictment, you could receive a cash reward of $1,000. President Trump says he will show up for the second and final presidential debate, but he's not happy about the changes the debate commission made. Natalie Brand has more details from the White House.
You didn't think I should have closed our country? Wait a minute.
The mute button is coming to the next presidential debate.
The question is, radical left. Will you shut up, man?
Organizers announced new rules that give President Trump and Joe Biden 2 uninterrupted minutes to answer questions at the start of each segment. During that time, the other candidate's microphone will be off.
These people are not good people, this commission. A lot of funny things go on with them.
President Trump says the Commission on Presidential Debates is against him and repeated a claim he made yesterday about Thursday's debate moderator.
Kristen Welker is, a dyed-in-the-wool radical left Democrat or whatever she is. Okay, then ask, why are you defending her?
The president says he's also unhappy the night will include topics beyond the debate's original focus, foreign policy. But he says he still plans on attacking Biden over his son Hunter's business deals in Ukraine and China.
I think he's imploding. You look at all the corruption in his family. It's tremendous corruption.
The Biden campaign, for its part, said President Trump is, quote, afraid to face more questions about his disastrous COVID response and is more concerned with the rules of the debate than he is getting a nation in crisis the help it needs.
He was informed that it was lethal in proportion. It would kill 5 times as many people as the flu. He was informed. And what did he do? He stood at rallies and he stood before the American people and he didn't tell you what he knew.
Aside from the debate, Biden does not have any public appearances scheduled until Friday. The candidates have just 2 weeks until Election Day. Natalie Brand, CBS News, the White House.
Over the weekend, 928 voters went out to the Ukadu High School campus to cast their vote in the 2020 general election. This brings the island's total voter turnout to 7,535. The GEC says the process went smoothly. They just wish that voters didn't have to wait as long. As you recall, last week the GEC had a case of fraud voting. Since then, a 2-minute process time has been added in order for the staff to cross-check the active voter list. The last day to submit financial disclosure documents was yesterday at 6 p.m. at the GEC. Remember, you can make arrangements to vote early with the Guam Election Commission until October 30th. Their office is open Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. You can call them at 477-9791. Again, that number is 477-9791. We'll have more on the link right after the break.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
I am the future. We are the future.
The future leaders.
Businesswomen.
Please keep us in mind
when you vote. Don't choose more of the same. John Ananich is unique and new. Focus on the mission of making our island safer
and securing our future.
I am the future.
Vote for John Ananich.
For Senator!
Visit us at johnananich.com and follow us on Facebook and Instagram.
I'm John Ananich, and I approve this message.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
Half a day. I am George Bamba, a Republican and former senator in the Guam legislature and chief of staff to 2 Republican governors, Paul Cabo and Felix Camacho. Even though Robert Underwood and I haven't always been on the same side of the political fence, I respect him and have worked with him resolving issues important to our people and our island while Robert was in Congress and as president of the University of Guam. I have always had a deep respect for Robert personally and professionally, and continue to do so. At this critical time in our island's history, we need Robert's wisdom and experience to fight for all of us in Washington, D.C. He is a trustworthy and more than capable candidate for Congress, and that is why I am ready for Robert Underwood.
I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KUAM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KUAM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KUAM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
So many women in the world.
Hey, coming up, we're going to talk with Chef Pete Dazan of the Lotte Hotel as the Red Ball in a Box kicked off yesterday. Yet another way we're flipping the COVID on its head. I just wish we could do it with the actual virus, you know. Let's go to the KUAM News Zoom room where we were just kind of talking in between the break, Brie. I just feel like we've done pretty good stepping up our role as far as like trying to really plead with the people to take this thing serious. I mean, going back to stay home.
He's still doing it too. Gotta.
703. Let's go get Dr. Hoa Wen of the Physicians Advisory Group. He's the chairman, and usually when we get him on this early, he's at the house, right? But so I'm kind of nervous that you're up and heading to the clinic at 7 a.m., Doc, and then I know you must have had a rough night with 130 positives. We had, over about a dozen hospital admissions yesterday with COVID positive patients.
We saw an increase in the people that are receiving an ICU level of care. And we're just talking about GMH. Gosh, there's 7 people, I want to say, at GRMC.
Right.
That's an increase, too.
Naval Hospital, they got someone on the vent there. GMH, the number of patients on the ventilator went up. And we know that from what Lillian Posada said, sadly, so tragic, there's only been one patient to come off that vent and walk away from COVID. And that was way back in the first wave. So, Doc, we're bringing you on here, and we'll just start with the first question. Is it getting worse?
Yeah, things are getting worse. It's not getting better. There's a lot of factor behind it. And I think the main thing is that everyone kind of tired, stay home. It's been 7-8 months, and they keep planning, get together to celebrate things, and I'm not quite sure why they do that. But we need everyone responsibility again to get over this thing, and I still hear from my patient that they plan to celebrate the mom birthday and the father birthday and get together, and that's a lot of problem. So I think that the people just need to we got to come up to a holiday season and try to get better so we can somewhat have a normal holiday. But Thanksgiving, Christmas, everything coming up here, and people are not be reasonable and be responsible. This is our Christmas. It'll be like this. So we have some time there for adjust ourselves and try to get better. Unfortunately, the hospital admission going to be about 2 weeks behind, and we will see hospitalization going to go up. So we got to be look at the situation very carefully. On everyone, every person on this island needs to be on it. So there's the clinic, the hospital, public health, everyone have to be kind of do their part and try to move us forward. But we didn't have a packed meeting last night just because I had to be at the legislature hearing with the senator yesterday.
Right.
So
I want to talk about that, Dr. Hoa. That hearing yesterday, there were multiple hearings, but the part that I caught on was the discussions on the process for isolation and the difference in monitoring between those that are on home isolation and those that are in government isolation, right? In the government isolation facility. And so there was one thing that you had mentioned with regard to that was that the people that are in the government isolation facility are more of the healthier people, the people that don't have necessarily the comorbidities. The people that do have the comorbidities are the ones that are in home isolation. And so the monitoring is different, whereas in the government isolation facility, you get the temperature checks and all of that stuff. But when you're on home isolation, you get at least 2 phone calls a day from a public health. And you had mentioned that what you think should happen is this COVID clinic, right, should be established. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
People most people think that when we go into isolation facility, those are the high-risk people that we monitor, and I think a lot of people think that way. No, the isolation facility is mostly for younger people, for people to have no comorbidity that will go there to protect their family at home. You know, they might be in a household that have other people that have hypertension, diabetes, cholesterol at home, and they don't want to give to those the family, so they move themselves to isolation facility. So, isolation facilities serve a purpose. Serve a purpose of isolate those positive patients and get them away from the rest of the family. So it does have a very valid point to have one, because if not, the whole family going to get it. You know, so, and now the one that decide to isolate at home, mostly the one that have comorbidity, they don't want to go to isolation facility because they are at home already, and maybe the rest of them are younger, and so and they just put themselves in the room and stay in the room, and that is a safe environment also for the household. Just because if you can separate yourself from other people, you won't give to other people. But the problem is that we don't have a very good system, and it's not just one. You know, everyone else the same. We don't have a good system to really monitor those people for make sure that they don't deteriorate at home to the point where they get in trouble or they show up in the emergency room dead on arrival. That's what we have seen lately. That people shown up already expired already. You know, and a phone call twice a day and ask people for their symptom is not going to be enough. Because people wait to the last minute, and there's such thing as this COVID-19. What it does is called a silent. I mean that your oxygen level in your blood drops so low, but you don't have any symptom, you know, until it gets to super low level, and it's too late already. And that's what people stay at home are missing, because they think they do well, and a few hours later they can't breathe. Yeah. So we have to come up with something that not for every COVID-19 positive patient to go to, but only the one who are identified to have high comorbidity, that have multiple chronic illness, because they need to have a place somewhere that they go almost on a daily basis to be checked with a provider to make sure they're doing okay. You know, I mean, there's a lot of things we can do pre-hospital that we can intervene. You need to monitor their pulse ox, which I mentioned that we can buy those little pulse ox you clip your finger, and they're cheap. You know, we can buy them and pass it on to those high comorbidities so they can check the oxygen at home, and you can instruct them how to do that. And when they recover or they get out of isolation, they
Sorry, Doc, you are.
I hit a battery.
You froze. Yeah.
Hit a dead spot. We'll just
there
go.
You are. There
okay.
you
Wait, no, okay. Good.
All right, Doc.
Yeah.
You were talking about.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you were talking about a piece of equipment or something that the government, I guess, could purchase and give it to.
Those little pulse ox, those little tiny. It's like $20 or less. It's cheap. It's not expensive, you know. And that's try to push and to get something that let's say that you test positive in my clinic and you have comorbidity. I will call you before I leave. I let you go home. I say, well, you have an appointment with this clinic the next day. Okay, so that way you can show up in that clinic and they give you more education. They check up on you, and that's due daily. And then you take about 5 to 10 days for that for the patient to come by, but at least you keep a very close eye on them. And if they don't have a ride, you know, provide them transportation. You know, it's a much cheaper alternative than have them admit to the hospital. You know, so and to save life. Clinic like that already stand up in the state. You know, so that thing that it's not just something that we think about here, but they are doing something else everywhere else, just because they want to keep a close eye on those people at home. You know, so that's what I did last night, and that's Senator Cherese Kellum was putting together, and I hope that it does happen. I don't know where it's going to be. It's going to be a very interesting clinic, to work in, because all you're dealing with is COVID-19 positive patient.
Mm-hmm. Is this something that it has to be legislated, or is this something that the governor can establish and designate a specific clinic to just be? No, I mean, right?
I don't know. Probably someone can do that, but it's very challenging because it does cost a lot to stand up this clinic. Not as cost as much as the hospitalization, but you got to be train your staff well. We got to protect ourselves well, because the chance of the staff that work in that clinic turn positive very high. Because you're dealing with this positive patient every day. So yeah, I mean it'd be nice to have support from the legislature, nice support from the government, just to stand this up. It's for the people, and I think that there should be some fund for that clinic.
As in CARES funds, or what sort of funds are we talking about?
Really, I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, that's the thing that it to come up with somewhere, for like say, the worst thing that the physician can tell the patient is go home and wait. And they all ask, what can I take? So it's just that they need somewhere where they can go, they can feel confident. They don't want to go to the hospital. I tell you, a patient wait till the last minute to go to the hospital. So, and that's when they get in trouble.
So this idea was brought to the legislature yesterday. Has this also been brought to the attention of the governor, that we need this, that we should implement this?
We talked very briefly with a group of physicians. Like I said, not discussed this in an open way yet. So I think Thursday we're going to really talk about on the PAC, and then we will ask the governor. I mean, we brought it up maybe once, but it's very brief, and I didn't think much about it, but it's a lot of people now DOA, so we really have to think about that very hard.
Mm-hmm. Out of the more than 1,400 people that are in isolation, whether it be government isolation or home isolation, do we know how many have comorbidities?
I don't think I'm not sure they keep a statistic of that or not, but luckily the majority of them are young people. As you can see, the graph there for the age group, most of them are very young, so we talk about not too many of this 50, 60, 70 years old that have comorbidity. So it's manageable if you do it right. And sure, that statistic, we know in our clinic who have high comorbidity, and we can tabulate that, and we know exactly who it is. We keep an eye on them a lot closer.
Doc, I know you guys didn't have the PAG meeting last night, but I just got to ask, have you heard, or is the Physicians Advisory Group advising any easing of restrictions this week, or are they advising any tightening of restrictions or allowances that are in place?
I don't know. I feel like we should be the same. It's just the rate go up so much. When we are at 130, I don't see any downward trend at this point. So we really have to, be very careful and keep reminding people, especially the home situation and especially the work situation. We work with everyone on the business already. Try to remind the people that if you're sick, stay home, because we still see people that are sick and still go to work. It's a lot of things that anyone can do to make sure that we slow down this virus here. And again, if you're sick, you really stay home and don't go to work. The employer should understand, and they all say they should understand. So That shouldn't be a problem. But you know, well, one thing I want to mention, and it's very, very important for people to understand, and you know, again, all COVID-19 testing, if you're symptomatic or you're close contact or whatever, is absolutely supposed to be free. Okay, no one should pay anything. So that message had to come across. You know, the only way that you can pay for anything for the COVID-19 testing, if you're a company that want to clear the people, or you are travel somewhere, that's a requirement for your travel. But anything else that relates to Guam here, you know, sick visit, close contact, you know, whatever, if you stay in Guam, it's going to be free. So no clinic should be charged for it. So I want to pass the message to people that come on, if you want to get tested because you think you come in close contact with someone, are you sick or anything, you know, please access the clinic. It's free. You know, you shouldn't be charging anything. If you get charged, you know, I don't know, you can call me and I will try to handle it. But you should be free to everybody. You know, it's highly encouraged, but that's how catch the people.
Right.
Okay.
It should be free. So you're basically saying if you don't feel well, you have the symptoms, or you came into close contact with a positive, you can go to the private clinic, even if you don't have insurance, and get a free COVID-19 test. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yes, Chris, you do. Yeah, you guys been through before, and you didn't collect anything at all. Yeah. You know, it should be transferred. There's nothing at all, so you don't have to worry about paying anything. You know, and the key here, but when you go, be patient. You know, clinic can do so much, right? I mean, we can swap in amount, so the wait time might be a bit longer, but we will try to make room to test you at every clinic if we can. Okay, but no one should be charged for anything at all. Okay, if you're sick, especially you're sick, man, you want to catch that. So go to clinic, say that you're sick, just wait. Your turn will come, they will swap you. We want to know that. So, and I don't know, I still hear clinic charge people, and I just understand it.
Yeah, I just got a message that FHP is charging people.
Yeah, it's frustrating. We can't, we don't know how to tell people.
Maybe that's something you could bring up during the physicians advisory group meeting. I don't.
Yeah, we can control the little private clinic, but I have family the other day that test one positive, and they going to try to make an appointment. Another clinic that charge them, and just come. We see you. We swap you. The whole family come, and you know it's all free. They don't pay one single penny. They walk in, they walk out, and you know 4 of them are positive. You know, so it's something that I don't know. It's bothered me to see someone that charge somebody when they sick on this type of COVID-19 pandemic. So again, that message needs to go out to people. So they should question why I pay for that. Okay.
All
right, Doc. Anything in closing here before we let you go?
Yeah, just be safe, everyone. This whole island of Guam is our home, and be responsible. You know, do not have the family gathering. I know that you miss everyone, but we want to make it better. So by the time this holiday comes, that we can enjoy a whole lot more than what we did right now. So
don't give us false hope, Doc. I already told my kids that the governor canceled Christmas.
Okay, it's not that. It's just that we want to get better. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So wash your hand, wear your mask, social distance, and everyone be fine. Okay.
All right, thanks, Doc. Look forward to hearing more about this COVID clinic when we talk next time.
Yeah.
Okay, bye-bye.
Keep us posted, Doc. And hey, let me know about that patient.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, let's out who that is, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Doc, help yourself. You know, I know you're on a strict diet, but we actually have virtual masubi.
No, we got the Navy biscuits.
Oh, and we have the Navy biscuits here. I don't know if you're a fan of the Navy biscuits, the ship biscuit, the denture checker.
Well, he was in the Air Force, so maybe.
Yeah. So, Doc, if you want to grab some of that on your way out, maybe for some of the staff, feel free to, okay?
Okay. Okay, thank you, guys.
Thank you, Doc. Okay.
Bye.
There you go.
Have a
Right.
nice-
Yeah, Doc's Clinic is AMC. We had a comment here. Katrina Aldon writes, where's the Doc's Clinic? So that's at AMC. And again, the sick visits, right? That's how they're able to cover this under the insurance at no cost to the patient. If you have symptoms or you've come into close contact with a positive, go to your private clinic. They're also doing it at public health, but I don't know. We're getting a lot of comments about FHP and Take Care. So we know for a fact, because he just said that they're not charging it at least AMC. So it is what it is. If you got to get tested, go get tested, please. As we had 130 positives yesterday. That was out of 957 tests. 70 people, COVID-19 patients in the hospital, 17 total in the intensive care unit. There's a bunch of people on ventilators. So, again, I mean, Doc has been given the same message for the last 10, 11 weeks. 7:23. Let's head in the KUAM News Zoomer. We want to kind of catch up with Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Director Cherese Ariola. Good morning, Cherese.
Good morning. Buenas Day, everybody.
Thank you for joining us. It's a beautiful day outside of behavioral health and wellness, it looks like.
Yes, it is.
And we just wanted to bring you on. So it was, I think, a couple weeks ago that we had broke the story about the group home and the positives there. And you had come on and basically said that they were isolating at the house. So can you just catch us up and update us on the status of that?
Yes, thank you for asking. I'm very, very happy and pleased to report that the Guam Behavioral Health Youth House that I had reported about 3 weeks ago, who had been exposed to the virus, has been cleared by public health on the 16th. And so all the clients and all the staff that have been positive have been cleared. I am grateful and thankful to public health for their diligence in checking up on the home and the clients. I am very thankful for my nursing division, who also been checking up on our home. The good news and thankful again, always thanking God, is that they were all asymptomatic. And so that's all I kept praying for, that, you know, the fact that they're positive is one thing, but please remain asymptomatic so that the trauma of knowing that they have the coronavirus is not doesn't get intensified. So that's the good news. Everybody is clear. Public health cleared them on the 16th. And so I'm very, very pleased and grateful for everyone's prayers and all their support, especially public health and our Guam behavioral health nurses who constantly checked on them. As a result of that, Chris and Sabrina, of course, the protocols, which have been so strict already prior to the exposure, had to be revisited, relooked at, and strengthened. And so this is an example of how you can have all the protocols in place and you can constantly train, constantly remind, but it's the behavior of how we behave outside the workplace that's critical. In the workplace, there's a lot of instructions, protocols. You know, it's everywhere. Constantly being reminded by your supervisor, plastered all over the walls, reminded by each other. But the concern, and which I'm always repeating to my staff and to everybody I talk to, is be careful what you do outside the work hours, because what you do, your behavior outside 8 to 5 or outside your work hours, is going to determine what's going to happen in the workplace.
Good advice.
So, So we're very pleased that everyone is healthy and asymptomatic, that their trauma of having COVID was not deeper because they were having to deal with the symptoms. And so I'm just grateful to everyone who kept Guam behavioral health in their prayers, and public health, especially public health and our nursing division. And of course, the managers who constantly checked up on the house.
Teresa wanted to ask, because there's just been so many deaths, COVID deaths, and every time they put out a release about deaths, they put that blurb in there that you can call the crisis hotline, 647-8833. What kind of traffic are you guys receiving at the hotline? Because we know that it's been overwhelming, right? So what's the status of that?
Heavy traffic. Heavy traffic. And that's, you know, work, like you said, every joint information release of any kind is, and especially the kind of where they're renouncing the deaths, where our crisis hotline has been shared. And so there has been such an increase in popularity of the crisis hotline, and that's okay because that's what we're here to do. We're here to help. 7 months ago, the crisis hotline was only known by a few. Today, it's known by a lot, and probably on people's refrigerators and Post-its, and hopefully we've had so much PSAs, advertisements, social media pushing of the number that I hope that it is today a household name, because COVID or not, Guam Behavioral Health is here to help. Anxiety, depression, overwhelmingness of life itself in general is not a COVID thing. It's a life thing, and so there has been great, very, very heavy traffic to the crisis hotline, which, if you would, brings me to a point of some good news. Guam Behavioral Health received a couple weeks ago, or I would say 3 weeks ago, news that we received $621,000 from FEMA. This is a FEMA grant that we applied for when we made the threshold of 130 positives way back. I think we're at 3,000 today, right? So
almost 4,000.
The minute Guam hit 130,000, we qualified to apply for this grant. And so we applied for it, and we received word about 3 weeks ago that we received the award of $621,000. It is only for 9 months. We call it the Mengaigiham grant because, as you know, in Chamorro means we're here. We're here to help. That's going to shore up and support and augment our crisis hotline. So we're able to hire more people, and we're working very closely with the master's program at the University of Guam, and hopefully they will catch the excitement and the itch of working at Guam Behavioral Health, that it becomes a recruitment tool later on. So we're very happy to report that to the people of Guam.
Thank you, Therese.
I just wanted to know, do you guys have data on the demographics of the calls that you guys are receiving to the hotline?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, we can get that to you, but specifically, it's across the board. It's male, female, all ages. You have calls for anxiety, calls that are somebody just needs to talk and they're fine after that first conversation. We have calls that we realize that are deeper depression that leads to intake, and they actually become a client of ours, and we're going straight into telecounseling. So we're across the board, the whole gamut. So everyone's calling for various reasons. Of course, the unknown, We get calls, when are we going to get the vaccine? I would like to know too. But what we should be telling people is the vaccine today is the masking, the social distancing, and the hand washing and the sanitation. That's the vaccine today. The numbers last night is alarming. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that might have been the largest number report on a daily basis of a positive. I remember when it was 111 or something, but I don't recall 130, right?
Yeah, that was alarming. But have you seen, you said you have seen an increase in the traffic in phone calls to the crisis hotline. Have you also seen where it's gotten to the point where you've seen an increase in the intake?
Absolutely. So Guam Behavioral Health has gotten busier because, as I mentioned, those calls can lead into, some calls you can handle right there on the first call, and they'll say, thank you very much. I just needed to get off my chest. We always give them the option. Would you like to have more services? No, I think I'm okay. I'll call you, if I feel anything. But then there are calls, at least half of the calls, that go into, yes, I need to talk to somebody again, which leads to intake. And what intake means is they become an actual client of ours. We go through the assessment process, and they're assigned a counselor or to be seen. And so, yes, as the volume of calls increase in the crisis hotline, the volume of work and counseling increases as well. That is always a concern because I'm always recruiting for counselors, and just get it out there. I'm looking for counselors. And so, because we also want to have a manageable, healthy caseload for my staff. We don't want to overburden the staff. And that is why this grant from FEMA to shore up the crisis hotline is going to be critical, because I'll be able to take those responsibilities, because they're wearing dual hats. They're answering crisis hotlines and giving counseling. So they have different schedules. So that will be very helpful so that they can just concentrate. The counselors can be taken offline, literally off the crisis hotline, and concentrate on their caseload and deliver quality service, because that's what's important as well.
Cherese, I wanted to ask, because it became an issue with public health where they were talking about outreach into the FSM communities, putting out info, graphics, charts in those languages of the different FSM communities. Is there anybody who speaks the different languages at the crisis hotline? Has that been an issue at all?
Not that I recall, but we do have staff that are from various nationalities and speak different languages, but I haven't been told of that. But if necessary, we do have counselors, and we do have staff who work the crisis hotline that have different native tongues, so would be able to if that was the case. But we have not had the concern of a caller that couldn't communicate with us.
What about an increase, I guess, in admissions? Is that?
Increase in admissions, I just received it fluctuates. Admissions fluctuates. The good thing is, because Guam Behavioral Health has been open and we've never closed, our staff, our social workers, our counselors have, no matter what the PCOR is, whether it's PCOR 1 or 3, has always been in communication and reaching out to our clients, even if it's through telephone, and constantly telling them, especially those on medication, that we are open, our pharmacy is open. So that has assisted in keeping crisis down to a manageable level. But I'll tell you, sometimes it just depends. It just depends. Some days there's an influx, and some days it's okay. Today, I have a low census of crisis that needed stabilization. And so today's crisis numbers are below 5. And there are days when it's below up to 10 in admissions. So it just really depends, but we're doing everything we can to ensure that our clients, our current clients who are on medication, stay on their medication. And that's why it's critical that we needed to get it out there, that our pharmacist is open, and above all, this is not the time to skip medication. You need to continually maintain your maintenance meds, whether it's psychotropic for mental health patients or just your regular maintenance meds, your medical meds. This is not the time to let go. Clinics are open, Guam Behavioral Health is open, pharmacies are open. Keep up with your medication. That's one thing that can help lessen the stress when you continue your maintenance medication, no matter what it is.
Thank you, Cherese, so much for your time this morning.
I mean, we always hear about.
Thank you very much, everyone.
We always
you have
hear
a good
about.
day, and I see my colleagues on the Zoom room,
Mhm.
JQ and I. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thanks, Cherese.
And Art, nice meeting you.
Cherese, there's virtual Masubi, and there's also the Navy biscuits there and butter. If you want to take someone your way out.
Thanks, but no thanks. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, guys.
Okay, Cherese, thanks.
Please, everybody, be safe.
Okay, right.
Be safe.
It's 7:38. Let's keep it in the KUAMNEWS Zoom room. We have a Zoom room where we have some breaking news this morning out of the Guam Power Authority, Guam Waterworks Authority. We'll bring on the spokesman, Art Perez. Art, so there were some closures at the utilities, and these are related to what we're hearing, a positive cashier?
That's correct, Chris. As of this morning, our customer service lobbies in the Hagåtña Salada office, which is located in the Hulali Shopping Center, and the Fadian office, to include our drive-through services, remain closed this morning. We were advised, the authority management was advised late yesterday evening that unfortunately, one of our cashiers, one of our employees had tested positive, and she remained at home, reported to her supervisors, advised GPA management. GPA, our protocols in place necessitated GPA to make the announcement and close all customer-facing portals where customers may have where customers frequent, and that would include our Fadian Business Lobby Center, on Hulali Shopping Center offices. Those two places remain closed. Customers still needing to do business may do so at the Upper Tuman office, GPWA office in Upper Tuman. That drive-through service remains open, as well as our call centers. So at this point, again, we noted the public that one of our employees that services the customer service in Hulali had tested positive. So those, so for DM business office, drive-through services, and the Hulali Shopping Center, Hagåtña Salada office remain closed at this time.
What's the status of the contact tracing, and did this COVID positive cashier come into contact with any customers who had come in to pay for their power or water bills?
From what I understand, Chris, the contact tracing may have was immediately initiated. And at this point, only 4 possible exposures within GPA for employees, and those employees have been notified, and all right now are at a voluntary home quarantine until they can get clearances, and go again through all those protocols. But at the same time, we need to notify the public that this is a customer-facing part of our business, and hence the announcement closure of the 2 locations that I mentioned, to undergo deep sanitizing procedures and to disinfect all possible contact areas, as well as make sure that everybody else who work there can get some testing as well.
Art, you said that the employee was at Hulali. What was the reason for Fadian being closed?
I'm sorry. Yes, I did mention that it was at Hulali, but the inter-exchange of business operations also includes for our Hagåtña Salada office some aspects of Fadian operations. So just as a precaution, we're making sure all of those portals are going to be closed, so we can undergo sanitizing these areas and disinfecting all points of contact, and just making sure everything is okay, Bree, as a precaution.
I see. But this employee doesn't work at both or goes between.
I'm sorry?
This employee doesn't go between Hulali and Fidian. This employee is just at Hulali.
Well, I just pointed at Hulali, but we're taking the added precaution to close Fidian as well.
But Art, this employee also came into contact with 4 other staffers at the authority. Is that what you're saying that the preliminary contact tracing has revealed?
May have been, Chris. I don't want to give anything positive, but we're taking the precaution that within that enclosed work area, that there may have been some exposure, and that's how and that's where that contact tracing comes in, internal with GPA, and we're following all the protocols to make sure that we capture as much of this as we can, and get everybody cleared. But as I would like to mention as well, again, that they are not in their workplace; they're all at home, all quarantined at home.
Art, I'm anticipating with the closure of the 2 locations at Hulali and Fidian, that's going to bring extra traffic to the Upper Tumon office. Are we looking at having any, but are they even doing payments over there at Upper Tumon? And where can people go to pay this morning? And are you guys doing any mitigation measures if there is an increase in traffic at Upper Tumon because of the 2 office closures?
Our non-contact portals are still open, Chris. And what I mean by that is that you can still make your payments online. You can still call into GPA call centers, 647-5787, get access to the call center. You can make your payments via our mobile app, or if you need to conduct some business with GPA, just private message us via our social media page. And also you can contact us via email. When you log onto the GPA site there's an email address you can get in contact with. Other resources will be shifted up to the GPWA Upper Tumon office, located behind GTA. And again, drive-through payments can be made up there as well if customers needed to avail themselves of that. Right. And don't forget, when you're going through that drive-through service at Upper Tumon, you still need to wear your mask, of course, in that and as an added precaution. And then those resources are still available up there.
Thank you, Art.
Thanks, Art.
And if anything else changes, Chris and Bree will make sure we'll contact KUAM News.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Take care.
Thank you for the call. Thank you.
That's okay. 7:45. We'll take a short break. Coming back with Airport Executive Manager John Kanata and the Guam Customs Chief Ike Pareto next on The Link.
Learn more about our region on the One Micronesia Update, brought to you by
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KUAMNEWS or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KUAMNEWS' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KUAMNEWS for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
I am the future.
We are the future. The future leaders.
Businesswoman.
Please keep us in mind
when you vote. Don't choose more of the same. John Ananich is unique and new. Focus on the mission of making our island safer
and securing our future.
I am the future.
Vote for John Ananich.
For Senator!
Visit us at johnananich.com and follow us on Facebook and Instagram.
I'm John Ananich, and I approve this message.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
I'm ready for Robert in this election. He is a proven leader. He's passionate about his home and the people of Guam. He can pick up where I left off and not miss opportunities to benefit our people. Beyond being a good friend of Robert and having tremendous respect for his work, I know that he will do much more to represent our people in Congress. Robert will be accessible to our people. We desperately need someone in Congress that will work in a bipartisan manner. We live in a very challenging time. He will be an ethical leader. And for these reasons, I will vote for Robert Underwood for Congress and will do whatever it takes to support him. Yes, I'm ready for Robert. Si Diyos Masi.
I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
Sa panahon ng pandemya ng COVID-19, kailangan ng kooperasyon ng bawat isa. Kailangan natin mapanatiling malakas ang katawan at sumunod sa mga alituntunin ng gobyerno para ligtas ang lahat. Ang distansyang 6 feet bawat isa ay laging susundin, lalo na sa mga pagtitipon. Panatiling magsuot ng face mask sa labas ng bahay, lalo na sa mga pampublikong lugar. Maghugas ng mga kamay gamit ang sabon sa loob ng 20 seconds. Kung walang tubig at sabon, gumamit ng hand sanitizer na hindi bababa ng 60% alkohol. Maglinis at magdisinfekta ng mga madalas na hinahawakan. Iwasang hawakan ng mukha mo. Manatili sa bahay kung may sakit. Tulungan na mabawasan ang paglaganap ng COVID-19 sa pamamagitan ng pag-download ng Guam COVID Alert app sa App Store o Google Play. Protektahan ang sarili, ang iyong mamahal sa buhay at ang mga mamamayan. Ang pag-iwas ay nakapagliligtas ng buhay. Para sa karagdagang impormasyon, mangyaring makipag-ugnayan sa 311 o bisitahan ang aming website sa dphss.guam.gov.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
Start with UJQ, and we know we saw the release out of the airport that there were, a couple positives, Bree?
Two,
right?
Yes, sir. So up at the airport, we found out late Monday evening that we had a couple of our employees that tested positive for COVID. So of course we put our protocols in place. We started our in-house contact tracing, got all the individuals notified, and we started to schedule the sanitation of all the offices that they're exposed to. And also put the folks that were exposed to that had close contact with the individuals on quarantine until we can get them tested and get the results back, and then get cleared by public health.
How many did you say were close contacts? Did you say?
Close contact, we're looking at, for both individuals, we're looking at about 17 individuals that we have identified to have close contact. Some were not close, but because of the timelines and abundance of caution, we included them in the close contact tracing just to be sure that we want to make sure that they get tested and that they're not positive.
Mm-hmm. And the 17, they're all on quarantine? Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am. All the folks that we've done, we've put them on quarantine. We are scheduled to get tested. Of course, you can see my background. I'm in my quarantine room at home. We're scheduled to get tested this morning with public health. And then we'll come back to quarantine and wait for the results and wait for the clearance from public health to go back. Hopefully everyone turns out negative.
Right.
So who's running the airport?
I have now that has a stick. I'm still accessible, of course. I have a very competent deputy executive manager with Dr. Ricky Hernandez. He's got the stick at this time for any personal or issues that sign off on. So he'll be at the office.
Right. Let's move over to Customs Chief Ike Pareto. Chief, we didn't get the chance to offer our condolences to you directly for the loss of Customs Officer Rene Tamunda. I know that has hit the ranks hard. Could we just start there, Chief?
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina. Thank you for having me this morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, we. Since you mentioned the officer, we laid to rest that officer 2 weeks ago, and we provided a law enforcement ceremony for him up at the airport, and also at the mortuary where the internment took place. But yes, we're concerned with that, and the officers are very, very upfront now with this virus, keeping in mind that customs officers are one of the first line of defense for this island. Right. And of course, every day, these officers, when they report to work, they know that when they leave their homes and go to work, they put themselves at risk of this exposure of the virus. And so we're doing everything possible to ensure that we make sure that the workplace and the work environment is safe for the officers to perform their duties.
The customs office down at the port, Chief, was it
hit
pretty hard by the COVID? Because we know that there had been a couple,
one additional positive just last week, I believe.
If you recall, I had to close the customs office down at the port on Friday because a clerk tested positive, and so we put our so-called work requirements and procedures in place. The protocols that we put in place is that we always have a crew that's ready to replace the officers down at the port should anybody test positive. And in this case, on Friday, that's what happened. I think it was 12 officers and the clerks were exposed. And what we did was we isolated all 12 officers and the clerks and scheduled a contact tracing with public health. At the same time, the officers were allowed to be tested, and within 2 days they got the results back. And we're glad that all officers tested negative at this point in time.
So just one clerk out of that port office that customs office at the port had tested positive in this second incident.
Yes, that's true.
And so it has since reopened?
Yes, we opened the office has been reopened. Of course, after we've had to do some deep sanitizing down at the port include the office and the vehicles that are down there. Also, we had a contingency where we had additional staff from headquarters standing by to take over that office should one of the officers tested positive. But evidently not, and the office is open, and we're providing the service at this time.
Chief, I got a comment here. Can you ask if they're still having potlucks at customs up at the airport? Because, we had the advisory come out where Dr. Cabrera, the Physicians Advisory Group, had advised people at workplaces not to eat together. So is there any accuracy? Are you guys still having potluck over there or no?
Oh yes. Officers are directed that social distancing is very important, and that they should apply social distancing within the office at this time. So there should be no potluck taking place at the airport.
Okay.
Mr. Prado, we do have a question from one of our viewers online on Facebook, and they're asking, are you processing the line of duty death for Officer Tongomw?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Are you processing the line of duty death for Officer Tongomw?
Yes. Let me just say that I did receive an official letter from Mr. Manda concerning the death of the fallen officer, and I've referred that matter to our legal counsel, and we're looking into that. Let me just say that I'm in support of that request, and I'm looking forward to making sure that we expedite and provide Mr. Manda the responses that she needs.
Right. I saw something on her Facebook where Officer Tongomw had been listed with the Fraternal Order of Police, and they did a graphic that showed his picture, and they had put end of watch with his birth date and death date. So I know that he was recognized by the Fraternal Order of Police, and I thought that was it was pretty touching.
Yes, and thank you for that.
Yeah. JQ, these positives, I mean, this is not the first rodeo you guys have had with a few positives up there at the airport. The protocols you have in place, are they working, or are these a couple positives affecting the operations at all?
Fortunately, Chris, we're able to continue our operations up in the airport. We have redundancies in place so that if one section tests positive, we have a backup plan to make sure that we cover for those things. At this time, yes, our protocols as far as sanitation, consistent sanitation. So at the airport, we do a complete sanitation of the public areas at least 3 times a day. And of course, on our offices, we try and do that at least 3 times a week.
Well, before we let you guys go, I just wanted to kind of get an update here on this story that had come out earlier this year with the Customs Director, Ike Pareto, and I know that a complaint was made with the airport police. This is a chief, and, of course, you knew I was going to ask this. This is stemming to an incident where we had a complaint called in, and airport police responded to the customs inspection area. When the airport police went in, they did the investigation, then, of course, interviewed all the witnesses, forwarded the complaint to the AG's office. And the story quotes UJQ saying that there were no injuries. This kind of involved, I guess, what was called a shoving match, Chief, with you and a customs staffer. I know you're back on the job, but we never really got a comment from you about it. So would you just care to kind of address it now here on the link?
No, I'll rather not comment on that issue. That issue is ongoing right now, and my attorney has told me not to comment on this.
I did want to follow up on some things. We had former Governor Carl Gutierrez on the air last week, and he was talking about some of the things that were discussed with the Guam Visitors Bureau, and it dealt with some of them dealt with the airport and some of them dealt with customs. And I want to say one of them was like a digitized custom form. And then I think the airport, it was, I want to say rapid testing at the airport. Were you guys kind of in on this discussion or had any contact with the former governor or GVB about implementing these initiatives?
As far as the airport is concerned, Bree and Chris, we're consistently looking and constantly looking at ways to try and attract more folks and coming in. One of the courses of action is to have testing at the airport. So we have looked at the different types of machines that will be used. We've looked at the footprint of what square footage requirements they need, what electrical requirements they need, what water requirements they need, and we're ready to execute. We just need to finalize which type of processes that the public health and of course the physicians advisory group is going to recommend to the governor. But the best way to do that is, of course, if we have a rapid testing that is done where that passengers come in, and then within 15 minutes that they'll get their test results back, and whether they're positive or negative. Of course, if they're positive, they'll be taken to an isolation facility, and of course, if they're negative, they'll be free to go and do their business on Guam.
Right. So who's got the tests? I mean, if we put out this call to do the rapid testing, is that something that public health provides the test, or is it through like a private contractor or business?
That has not been finalized. I think it can either go to both. From my standpoint, all I'm doing is making sure that I have the space requirements that they require. And as far as who's going to administer the test, that's for public health to make that determination. I would suppose, or I would recommend that if a private contractor does that way they can alleviate public health to continue doing their contact tracing out in the general public.
Right.
What about you, Mr. Pareto? One of the things that Mr. Gutierrez said that he had received $250,000 from Adelope for a project to digitize the custom forms.
I'm aware of that. We're working with GVB in securing a digitalization customs forms to do a paperless process for all incoming passengers at the airport, and we're working on that process right now. I just finally signed an MOU with GVB and UOG in developing this process, and hopefully that we can see this within the next few months. We're trying to get away from the actual hard copy declaration forms and just have the passengers do a paperless process when they come in. So it's in the process.
Oh, okay, but the MOU has not been signed. I didn't really hear you. The MOU has not been signed yet. It's just that you guys are working on it. Is that what you said?
Yes, no,
okay.
I already signed the MOU.
Okay.
With GVB, and the process is now ongoing.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. JQ, thank you. Go ahead.
I think one thing they need to consider also is not only the customs form, but any kind of forms that they need as far as public health to enter, because when you do enter now, you fill out the customs form, but you also got your health declaration form that you have to fill out. So I'm hoping that that's part of the process, because that would definitely streamline and make that process a lot quicker once they arrive.
All right.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that would be a part of that.
Right.
Okay.
JQ, so when you spoke to Uncle Carl about the test, did he say that there was someone who's got a bunch of tests that they want to sell to the government, or is it just kind of maybe a mirror of what they're doing in other jurisdictions?
Well, it was not. It was more so that there was a new test that the FDA has approved, which doesn't require the machines. What it is you take, it's similar to the test that they're using now for the NFL and the NBA, the sports team. So you take a rapid test where you take your saliva instead of going up the nasopharyngeal. You take a saliva swab and then you put it on some type of card, and then the card will change to whatever color that it is. whether you're positive, negative, or so forth. So within 5 to 15 minutes, you'll get a result back on what kind of status you are. So those are the things that we're looking at. However, Guam does not have that the amount of testing that they need at the airport. I think they got a sample amount, but not amount to conduct testing day to day.
Oh, okay. Thanks, thank you. Thank you, Chief. Thank you for answering.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Appreciate
Stay
it.
safe.
God, stay safe. Grab some masubi, and there's also the Navy biscuit in there if you guys want. Virtual butter. Okay, Esta. Hey, it's 8:07. To our viewers on KUAM TV, thank you so much. We had a blast with you this morning. I know we went a little bit over, but good talk there with the custom chief and the airport executive manager, John Kanata here, 8:08. There's a whole day of great programming on the way at KUAM TV. If you want to continue with us here on the link, we're getting Superintendent John Hernandez, Dr. Annette David coming up here on the link. Again, we're KUAM FM in Agatnia, Guam. To our viewers on KUAM TV, my name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Esta, adios.
Bye.
And we're back. We'll take a short break and come back with more of the link on the breeze. Good morning, Guam.
Catch the link.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
I am the future.
We are the future. The future leaders.
Businesswoman.
Please keep us in mind
When you vote, don't choose more of the same. John Ananich is unique and new. Focus on the mission of making our island safer.
and securing our
future.
I am the future.
Vote for John Ananich.
Visit us at johnananich.com and follow us on Facebook and Instagram.
I'm John Ananich, and I approve this message.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
Hafaday. I am George Bamba, a Republican and former senator in the Guam legislature and chief of staff to 2 Republican governors, Paul Cavo and Felix Camacho. Even though Robert Underwood and I haven't always been on the same side of the political fence, I respect him and have worked with him resolving issues important to our people and our island while Robert was in Congress and as president of the University of Guam. I have always had a deep respect for Robert personally and professionally, and continue to do so. At this critical time in our island's history, we need Robert's wisdom and experience to fight for all of us in Washington, D.C. He is a trustworthy and more than capable candidate for Congress, and that is why I am ready for Robert Underwood.
I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dededo, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dededo. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
Don't do. Chef Pete Dizon they've kicked off the American Red Cross's Red Ball in a Box. And so I was able to pick up a couple of these red balls in a box last night. It was my dinner. Fancy. Eat a day. Good stuff. And so I was able to catch Chef Pete Dizon over at the Lotte, who's doing the Red Ball in a Box dinners this week. And he talked about the dishes, a really great presentation. And we'll share that with you guys coming up in a little bit. It's 8:13. This is the link on the breeze. Good morning, Carrier. They love us. Thank you, Carrier. 647-COOL, IT&E, the Thrive Coalition, Calvo Enterprises. Dr. Annette David's coming up on the show, kind of going on our presentation. She's also doing a presentation, I think, maybe early afternoon. I want to say it's today about vaping and COVID-19, which kind of caught my eye because we've had different doctors on and they say that, smokers, people who vape. I've heard some stuff anecdotally about people who also smoke ice, just getting rolled over by this COVID. You shouldn't be doing that anyway. So we'll catch up with Dr. David, and it was really great to hear just a different take. We've seen a lot of the same people with the Physicians Advisory Group, but when you have these long-time kind of members of the medical community like Dr. Annette David, everybody knows her, Dr. Jolene Uggan. It's not like Dr. Uggan comes out every day. So when they do come out and they say something, I feel like there's a lot of impact with it because, they talk about COVID fatigue. Yeah, there's COVID fatigue, and then a lot of us are fatigued from hearing from the same people. So it's always cool when new voices pop up. Let's bring on here GDOE Superintendent John Hernandez for our weekly Wednesday update at 8:14. Good morning, John.
Yeah, good morning, Chris. And yeah, absolutely. I had a meeting last week, getting my team together, and it was happening at the same time that Dr. David was doing her presentation, I guess at the press conference, and they were all like, how long is our meeting going to take? Because this is a great presentation. We'd like to, continue to listen in. So definitely her presentation was very informative,
right.
But I had a lot of folks just appreciating the new voice, in terms of the presentation and all the information she was providing. So she did get top billing last week, and people didn't want to be in my meeting anymore.
Right. She was the headliner. Hey, John, I kind of wanted to start here with, so you guys at this CARES Act funding, you did this little drive to give out for people to kind of apply for laptops, right? Did that get the response you guys wanted, or are we still trying to give away those laptops? And if so, how can people get them?
So, we anticipated and we're prepared to support around 8,000 to 9,000 applications for laptops. And where we're at right now is about 2,500 applications. So definitely, if you are a secondary school student or parent listening in and you wanted to apply and maybe you didn't do it earlier, or maybe you held back because we asked you to hold back to really try to address those, with the most needs, and maybe you have an old computer or something. You know what? We're really way below our expected number of computers that we would be able to give out. So please feel free to contact your school. Make sure that you get on the list and let them know what your situation is, because we do have the equipment that we can push out. So yeah. 2,500. We are looking into that. Obviously, if the internet access is an issue, and internet access is something that we have to address, and we're working to address. But the other thing is, if not internet access, we know some of the students would like to continue in hard copy. So one of the decisions we have to make by January is whether we are going to continue the hard copy model of learning Some people prefer that or are asking for at least a hybrid version of hard copy and online. So we're looking at that policy decision going forward. So all of you who want, who we asked to go online, but you say, hey, no, I like the hard copy for now. Just keep in mind that we may not continue that, once we get to the second semester. It's something we're discussing with the board because we don't believe it's as effective as the online version or, eventually face-to-face. So that's just an update, on where we are with that push.
Go ahead, Bree.
I was going to just say, where are you guys in reaching out to the students that haven't attended class?
So we've narrowed the number is now down around 750 students, and our social workers and our attendance officers are now working with the mayor's offices with that lower number that that we're at now. So I think about last week we were around maybe 1,000 that still needed to be either on the waiting list for the home visitations, or they were still in the process of being contacted. So we brought that number down about 300 or so, 250, and now we're waiting for the authority to go out and do home visitations. We hope that number will come down just because we've finally get contact. Maybe they will call in because I think what my social workers have been telling me are several things. Some of the families have moved. They lack phone, regular phone access. They lack transportation to be able to go to the schools, so they haven't been able to contact the schools. Some of them apparently, are in housing situations where they don't really want to, report to the school and provide information that they feel might get them in trouble. I mean, there's a lot of these different issues that we're hearing. Obviously, that's not really our primary concern. Our primary concern is getting them connected. So we hope that we can still reduce those numbers, but the home visits are really important. And until we're able to kind of get out in the community, it's going to be difficult to really tackle, this last group. Let me tell you why. Our nurses are deployed right now to public health, and many of them are up north doing the rapid engagement, the testing, the contact tracing, and so forth. And they are telling me that, what they're doing is they're focused in areas where a lot of these families, again, large families, lots of kids in the household, but really kind of disconnected from a lot of things that are happening in the community. I mean, even in terms of just being aware of the safety practices, if you don't have running water, it's not really clear how you're going to teach your kids to wash your hands regularly. So we're in situations like that where they're looking at, we don't have running water, much less a car to go to the school to pick up the hard copy, lessons, maybe not even the food. So much less being in contact with with the teachers and so forth. So that's 750. We anticipate that a number of these children who are in this category of homes who are being visited now are some of the same who are on the list. So it really is heartbreaking because our nurses are coming back and telling us, man, these kids are there, they're running around, they're playing, they're happy, but they have no connection to what's going on in terms of school because they've got other issues that have arisen just due to being shut down. So I don't know, we're looking at it with our social workers, want to talk with our mayors about, any additional types of supports we might be able to provide in these areas. But again, that's what we feared we would find, and it's what we're finding, except now it's through the public health efforts.
Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts on DODEA? As I understand, I think it's next week they're going to start, or is it this week, starting face-to-face?
All through this, we've been really kind of focused in on GDOE and our community because we know that many of the private schools, as well as DODEA, might have other factors and other issues that they're trying to deal with. So we've always felt that, the other school systems, obviously they can make their determination and decision once the governor authorizes it, at least on the local side. And for DODEA, we know that at the federal level, there is an ongoing national discussion, but of course, been pushing for schools to open. So we thought, that DODEA might be among the first to open up. And so we hear that, and we've seen it now with their announcement. Now, of course, many of us have connections to people who work at Dodea or whose children go to Dodea. And so it's kind of interesting just to listen in and try to, see what they're going to be doing, to implement safety protocols, but also, what they're using as the rationale for reopening. But what's different on base is the parents there are really pushing, for their kids to return to school. For our community here at GDOE, we have parents all over the spectrum. So, it's not been the same push. And we're also looking at, our basis for making determinations. And I think as I've shared it publicly, we really are leaning on the Centers for Disease Control framework for risk assessment. And right now, as you can guess, we are not trending in the right direction. So the number of new cases is about, per 100,000 people over the last 14 days is around 644, per 100,000. And I think our 2-week positivity rate is over 14%. And that puts us in the very highest risk category based on CDC. I mean, we're not even close to the threshold. So for me to put that out there and then tell parents we're reopening next week is not going to make a lot of sense. So what we did last week, after the show, later in the week, we did make the final determination that, we are not going to be implementing or returning to face-to-face instruction for the rest of the second quarter. And I know that the governor hasn't authorized to do it yet, but we wanted to also be clear that even if the governor did authorize it in the middle of the quarter, we weren't prepared to just turn around and bring everybody back midstream. So the earliest, and again, I want to make this clear because the minute I put this out there, you had half the people saying, oh, great, we're not going to do this for, at least for another 3 months. And the others are saying, hey, you're opening in January. You should be closed all year, right? So I just want to say that the message is the earliest that we would consider opening is January, but it really does depend on 3 things for us. One is the community health situation. We have to get back into a position where the governor authorizes us and we feel comfortable looking at the data that we can address the risks that are in place. The additional months, the weeks that are leading into the next year, we also want to use to make sure that all the mitigating efforts, all the supplies and equipment needed at the schools are in place and that employees are trained. And then the third thing is we do want to bring our stakeholders along with us. So we do plan to frequently kind of survey our parents, our teachers, our staff, and our students to kind of understand what those critical concerns and issues are for them in order to feel comfortable going back to school when that time comes. I think that when that time comes, it won't be just a matter of saying we're going to go back to school. We do still plan to keep options open for distance learning. So it really will be for those who say, I really do want to return face-to-face and I feel it's safe. But those who say, hey, I'd like to continue online, we still want that option to be offered. Also, we're looking at phasing in. We're not looking at just having everybody who wants to go to face-to-face come back. We're looking at maybe prioritizing whether it's the elementary schools or certain grade levels or certain, there are students with disabilities and their families who really do want to come back to school to get services that are only offered at the school setting. So it might be a phased in approach when we get down to it. But our task force, our planning group is really working hard. They reactivated this week to revisit the plan, to update things and to start looking at these new, ideas and options.
Mm-hmm. We do have we have a comment for you from one of our people online. With this COVID-19 and this online school, I urge you to please have all teachers communicate with their students and not wait for a progress report only to find out that a student failed to turn in a homework when in fact the work was turned in with Google Docs. Just remember that on-class is still new to these students and we are all in a learning process. I just wanted to share that with you.
No, we're absolutely there with you. I think parents, please make sure, I appreciate that. We hear that a lot. We also want to make sure that you're in contact with your teacher. And if that's not working, with your administrator so they're aware, because not only are we trying to, really reinforce the communication side of things. And again, some of our parents are saying they're communicating with us too much. So, again, it's all over it might be all over the map in terms of, teacher by teacher. But we are reinforcing communication as one of the key, issues that we need to address through through distance learning. And then second, on Friday, the board also approved a change to the grading policy. so that, you know, you didn't end first. We're not issuing grades for the first quarter. It's basically going to be a progress report end of first quarter about where your students are and based on the work that they've been able to submit. And hopefully through that process and, you know, and all through the upcoming parent-teacher conferences, which will be virtual and spread out over several days, the parents will be able to understand, you know, what the issues are and overcome some of these maybe I call them glitches, but, you know, some of these issues that have arisen in the first quarter that we know have made it difficult for some students, you know, on a day-to-day basis. And for instance, we get those alerts when, you know, when the power is out. And so when they say, hey, you know, power's out in Manguilao, we already know, you know, the schools in Manguilao, the teachers and the students are all going to be saying, hey, we got cut off in the middle of our class, you know what happens. But we know that that's out of their control. So we want to, you know, work with the families to make sure that they know that's not going to be held against your child because they were online and they couldn't control the power situation. So, you know, things like that.
Where are you guys with educating children with special needs?
So, you know, again, that's one of the the ongoing conversations. So right now, you know, we're constantly in discussion with our special needs families and their advocates. You know, there are very strong advocates out there who are pushing to try to get services delivered. And unfortunately, because of where we are with regard to the shutdown, it's very difficult to be able to meet some of those expectations, you know, without having, you know, without the schools being open. So that applies to all students, and that's really been a challenge. And we've been working on a case-by-case basis to try to figure out how to address the needs of those students. We've been relying in some cases on teletherapy or, the basically kind of remote, supports for the students. But in some cases, the parents and the students don't feel like that's going to be, that's sufficient and want, other options. So it's not very easy at this point. That's why, as we look at the possibilities of reopening, I'm very open to looking at the cases in which we might work with those families to allow them to be among the first to be able to return and receive services, at our schools, because we know that they're being impacted significantly. All of our students are, but definitely our students who are, who require services and additional services or related services. We know that they aren't being able to receive many of those services during this shutdown. So that's why I'm saying, looking at phasing in, because we want to make sure it's safe to return. So we don't want a high volume of students coming back all at once and then testing it out. If we have to identify groups with priority, and prioritize those groups, students with special needs and in need of special services, I would venture to say they would be among the top priorities. But of course, we want to make sure that's something that the parents, continue to support, as well as the advocates that are working on their behalf.
Mm-hmm. But they're not being left behind. They are receiving some form of education.
Well, yeah. So they're in contact. They're receiving as much as we can provide, through the models of learning. Mm-hmm. But again, if you require, occupational therapy, physical therapy, other things that are normally delivered, face to face, those are the things where we have to modify the plan and try to figure out how to provide services or make sure that when we come back, we can recover or compensate the students for the services owed.
Mm-hmm. Is the Department of Public Works, are they engaged in the discussions that you guys are having with regards to when you return to face-to-face? Or is
they have been in the past. At this point, they have not yet been re-engaged on this phase of the reopening. So, but they will be. So, during the summer, they were engaged, and we worked on the safety protocols and tried to understand, some of the issues that they might have. I think the key concern has always been the number of buses available, bus drivers, and the safety protocols. So we will revisit that. I had a conversation with the Lieutenant Governor as well. I said, those Dodea buses, I think you guys might have mentioned it. Those Dodea buses that they're, purchasing new ones, and they have working buses, but, it's just a matter of their regular replacement. Those might be available. So I definitely went over there and said, hey, have you guys looked at the buses that might be surplus at Dodea, and see if we can get those? And I think they've worked on trying to get some of those to just supplement the bus fleet, and hopefully that'll make sure that we have enough buses with social distancing to ensure the safe transportation of our kids.
Do you have a new number on just how many GDOE employees, workers have tested positive and identified?
I think the updated number is around 70, because I think we had a couple yesterday. So these are 70 employees. And again, we discussed this before, we're not even open. And when teachers come to school, they're instructed to go right to their classrooms, just avoid any contact at all. But still, because it's so high in the community, our teachers are, these are people who may not have been on campus for several weeks who are reporting, and we're just happy that they are reporting it to us, because it just helps us, share the information and track the information. But again, we're not the only agencies with cases. It's just that we want to be in the practice of reporting them out. So it is concerning, 70 out there, and we try to, once they get into the hospital, if they get hospitalized or receiving medical care, we really don't know too much more about the details, but we do care about their well-being. And so, we are glad that they let us know. We take the necessary steps at school to contact trace as needed, clean if they were on campus, and then, just pray for the welfare of our employees getting back to good health.
All right. Well, thank you so much, John. Was there anything else that you wanted to get out to the community?
Yeah, no, I think you guys were talking earlier about contact tracing, and we are the largest agency in the government, and we are thinking ahead about the need to have the internal capacity to run our own contact tracing if need be, because we're such a large agency. And so we do benefit from the fact that almost all of our nurses are deployed and with public health and with the hospital, and they've received training on contact tracing. And then we have additional around 20 employees who are working with UOG to go through training on contact tracing that they had. And I believe there probably will be about 10 of them who will be able to support a pilot project that UOG is working on to establish a contact tracing center and really kind of see how that works. Well, our intent really is to take what we learn and build that same type of infrastructure in our schools when we return, with the nurses back and playing a critical role in that contact tracing effort, but also additional staff trained and able to train others. So yeah, that's an important thing you guys raised going forward. It's going to be a way of life that we have to be ready to contact trace if things happen.
Right.
And again, the speed, the turnaround of that contact tracing is so important. So relying on other overly strapped agencies really isn't a strategy that we can be satisfied with. So we're trying to look ahead and train as many of our employees so that we can have an internal unit that can support public health, in those efforts.
All right. Thank you so much, John.
Oh, John, just real quick, because I know you caught that interview we did with the GORA director, Ray Tapasi, yesterday, talking about how GORA had committed some $12 million in, was it grant money, Bree? Yeah, to build
some program
to help build a charter school. And then, of course, we had kind of taken him to task about why didn't we do something similar for Simon Sanchez or, any public schools for that matter. And he seemed to indicate that could be an option moving forward, maybe in the next grant cycle.
And on top of that, if they construct this new charter school, this is something that's going to come through GDOE's budget, right, to maintain and everything else like that. And are you guys prepared to handle that?
Yeah, I'm not, I'll have to get more information on that. My understanding is that they got a Section 108 guaranteed loan for iLearn, and that, that would be GORA assisting them in being able to build a school. And I just got to say, iLearn has been one of the maybe unsung charter schools that have really done a great job. They've kept under the radar, but they've been able to, maintain their program and sustain their organization and even get through COVID-19 pretty smoothly. So we do applaud them in that effort. And frankly, I've been over to their facilities, and they could stand to upgrade with the right support. So I don't have any issue with them getting support in that way, because I think they've proven that they've been able to be successful. But the issue is with regard to the 108 grant loan or other finances, we'll be working on that as part of our next phase. I mean, Gita is going to really be our key partner in that. I mean, our next phase really is to bring in, I mean, based on the law, we're bringing in, vendors who would not only construct, but would also finance their, the project. And then, through a leaseback program, we would be able to pay down, what is owed, as part of that deal. So Gita's role is to really help understand how to make certain financing mechanisms available, for that project. So whether it's with working with GURA to see what grants are might be eligible, or what loan programs might be available, or through USDA, which is another option. We're going to be looking at Gita to help make those connections and kind of help work us through that process. So our timing on that is hopefully, the design process, it's already started, and the schedule's being put in place to start bringing in the stakeholders to start talking about what they want to see and get that design going. But we're hoping by next summer to be already moving forward with the procurement of the construction and financing, so we can get to a groundbreaking as soon as possible. So that'll be coming up over the coming months, that discussion about financing and construction.
Right, but just for clarification, because you said, this is some sort of a loan through GURA, GDOE wouldn't have to provide any sort of financial payments or anything for this charter school?
Yeah, I'm not aware of that GDOE would be on the hook, or whether they would incorporate any type of repayment through our budget. So that would be something that we would have to see for the next appropriation cycle. But I have looked at the program. That program really does give out, much smaller loans than we probably need. I think the max they gave out this last year was about 23 million, but that was for a really complex, multifaceted, development project in North Carolina, I believe. So we're probably around double or more, in terms of our need for financing. But if they can do portion of it, hey, that helps.
Thank you, John.
Thanks, John.
Okay.
Hey, we got a virtual Masubi. There's the Pico one, and then the regular, and then we've also got the Navy biscuits virtual. Okay.
I'll load up on the way out.
Yeah, take some of the stuff. Okay, John, we'll see you. We'll take a really quick break. Coming back with Dr. Annette David here on The Link. It's The Breeze, 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KUAMNEWS or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KUAMNEWS' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KUAMNEWS for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
The Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Shopping Fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the third annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior, such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
The Link, The Breeze, 93.9. We're about to go in with Dr. Annette David on the KUAMNEWS Zoom room, but first, Bree going to run over the COVID numbers reported last night by the Joint Information Center, including an all-time high in the number of positive cases for a single day on Guam.
Right, out of 957 samples ran through various labs, a total of 130 returned positive for COVID. Guam's current COVID case count is now 3,886. People that have been infected with coronavirus since March, 1,466 people are actively fighting the virus, while more than 2,300 have recovered. There have been 67 COVID-related deaths. As for hospitalizations, 59 COVID patients are hospitalized at GMH, 13 are in ICU or receiving ICU level of care, 5 are on ventilators. At GRMC, there are 7 COVID patients hospitalized there, with 1 in ICU. At Naval Hospital, there are 4 hospitalized there, 3 in ICU, and 1 patient on a ventilator. Again, that is at Naval Hospital.
And let's go ahead and bring on Dr. Annette David. Greg gave a really just so insightful presentation. There's been so much clamoring for data, Doc, for statistics, for breakdowns, not
what
just...
do the numbers mean?
Right. And so your presentation, I mean, just, wow, we were so impressed, not just with the data and the information you presented, but the way you presented it as well. So we just wanted to give you props on that. Could we just start maybe with your take on these numbers, right? I mean, you crunched the data. You've seen it firsthand. It's been in your face. 130 positives last night. Hospitalizations, climbing, deaths just keep coming.
Mm-hmm. And also the results from the rapid engagement testing and how it compares to the analysis that you provided during last week's press conference.
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me on the show. I think, data is important, but it's important to get the data right. And so a big question I think that we always have to ask is, when we're just looking at absolute numbers, is what do they mean, right? By themselves, absolute numbers may not be as useful. So it's always important to look at the number of positives every day, but always to look at that in comparison to the number of tests taken. So there's always a denominator. And so yesterday, the 130 who tested positive out of the 957, that's a 13.5% positivity rate. And to me, that rate, that's very worrisome, because that means that more than 1 out of 10 samples that's getting tested is positive. And that's an indicator of the magnitude of how widespread the virus is in the community. So I think it's always important to look at it as a rate rather than as an absolute number. I am worried.
Doc, when you talk about these numbers, the number of positives, the test positivity rate, being an indicator of how widespread the virus is in the community, can you tell us about the picture we're not seeing? What these numbers are not showing? Just how widespread do you believe the virus is?
That's a really good question. Well, these are the numbers for those who are tested, right? But majority of folks in Guam haven't been tested. So this is just a marker, but we don't really know how widespread the virus is in the community. And to be able to figure that out, we would have to expand testing considerably. And that's the thing, right? A lot of that depends on our capacity to test and how many tests are made available to us. I think the bottom line is this virus is highly infectious, and the numbers are telling us we need to do more to stop transmission.
What, in your opinion, do we need to do more of?
Well, it's not that difficult, right? At this point in time, all we really have to counter the virus is prevent transmission. We don't have a vaccine. We don't have medical treatments if you get sick. So really, our biggest weapon here is to prevent the transmission from happening. And we know what the data and evidence says works. It's staying at home unless you really have to go out. It's physical distance, wearing the mask, and hand hygiene. And so if we're able to implement those simple things universally, then we can make an impact. At the end of the day, it really depends on how well each and every one on Guam implements these measures.
That being said, I mean, look at the numbers. They don't lie. I think do you believe they show that people aren't implementing those measures?
Yes, clearly transmission is happening. So there's a break in the preventive measures somewhere along the way. And that's really what the numbers are telling us. I mean, a virus it's not even a living being. It's not a completely alive thing. But the virus is programmed to do one thing. It's programmed to look for a host, because a virus can't live outside of a host. And so this little thing that we're up against, it is constantly searching to find the next host so it can propagate itself. Now, it doesn't have legs. It can't run or walk to the next host, and it doesn't have wings. It can't fly to the next host. So it's the host's behavior that determines if the virus continues to propagate.
Doc, you presented last week at the press conference, and maybe we could just now go into the data you presented based on the different ethnic groups, right? I felt that the data you presented, and you kind of broke it down where I remember the number 2 group in terms of infection rate was the Caucasians, and I think some military. The top one, though, was Chukis. Was that just specifically Chukis or Chukis / FSM descent?
Well, the way the numbers played out in terms of the risk for infection, the Chukis had the highest risk, followed by other Micronesians and then Caucasians. But I think it's important to really emphasize that it's not the race itself. It's not one's ethnicity that puts you at risk, but that really ethnicity is more a marker for other things, like what your occupation is, or like what is the overall health status within your group. So I think that's important to emphasize. And what the numbers are saying in terms of transmission are that these three groups are at the highest risk. But when you look at who's at risk of dying, then it changes a little bit, because the Chuukese and other Micronesians still have a very high risk of dying, but it's the Filipinos who come in third. So a slightly different picture there.
Right.
Can you explain why that's that way?
Well, if you think about it, what puts you at risk of death from COVID-19? It's really your health status, right? So that means if you have things like obesity or uncontrolled diabetes or uncontrolled hypertension, these are the comorbid conditions that put you at higher risk of mortality. And so if you have a population that has a higher risk of these comorbidities, then they would be more vulnerable. And I think that's what we're seeing. I think on one hand, people are afraid to go for their regular medical care because of the virus. And so what's happening is they're maybe not getting as much medical supervision for their diabetes or their hypertension or their cancer, or putting off treatments or putting off going to the doctor. But that, paradoxically, that puts you at high risk of severe COVID if you get it. And then also, I think very importantly, is access to care, because one major determinant of why people would go to the doctor to control an underlying disease is, do they have insurance, right? And so many people have lost their work during this pandemic. And, when you lose your job, many times that there's your insurance, it's gone. So, people have lost access to care. And so these are the things that I think the numbers are pointing us to direct some efforts towards these issues.
Right. So the data that you presented, it sounds as though it was sort of like the impetus behind this rapid engagement team's deployment to the Gilbaza and the Zero Down subdivisions. Are you also going to be part of the team that's going to be analyzing the data?
I'm really a volunteer at this point in time, and I'm always happy to help. And I am working with Director Art and the public health folks with the data. So yes, I think I will be part of that. But like I said at the presentation, at this point in time, the virus is pretty widespread, and the question is, should we start thinking about more proactive case finding rather than just waiting for people to present and test positive and then trying to find their contacts.
Doc, so when you presented this data and then we deployed the rapid engagement team and they shook the tree at those subdivisions and it rained down positives, were you surprised at all, or?
No, I think it confirmed what the data showed, and really a big part of that is the environmental and the social determinants that put people at risk. So one of the issues is, when you have very high densities in your homes, it may be that everyone's staying at home, but the person going out to work gets infected from work. And when they come home, because you can't effectively isolate, then everyone else gets infected, and that's how it propagates to the community. So I think the active case finding is going to be crucial for us to be able to control the virus, control the pandemic in our community.
So we know how to do the active case finding with the ethnic group that you said had the highest risk of infection. What about the second highest group, the Caucasians? How do we do active case finding with the white folks?
Well, I think, well, first of all, I think case finding, we probably shouldn't limit it. Again, it's not your ethnicity that puts you at risk. The conditions, So ethnicity is just some sort of marker of higher risk.
Right.
I think for our Caucasian population, the interesting thing is that while they are at higher risk for transmission, they're not at high risk for mortality. So very likely these are younger, these are healthier folks who get the infection but are asymptomatic or have very mild disease.
We have a comment here in our Facebook stream, Doc. What would Dr. David's recommendation be now that the first rapid testing deployment is completed?
I think we need to do more. I mean, ideally, you want to be testing widely. And really, if you think about it, look at New York. What enabled them to get a handle on the pandemic there was very widespread testing and quick identification of cases and isolation of the cases. So you're basically cutting that transmission. And I think for Guam, we have to strive to be able to do that, especially because we do want to start getting back on our feet economically. And widespread testing is going to be a cornerstone for us to be able to achieve that.
Are you part of the Physicians Advisory Group?
No.
You should be.
What happened? You seem like it would be a no-brainer to have you on there. Did you make somebody mad, Doc?
I don't know. You know how it is, right?
Okay, it is what it is.
No. But well, it's this has been also a very challenging time for me personally, health-wise. Okay. I was volunteering early on with public health. In fact, I helped to set up the isolation facility, but I was diagnosed with skin cancer in April and had to have surgery in May. So that kind of had me to step back a bit. Right. And then my husband broke his arm last month. Right. His right arm. Wow. So it's been a little crazy for us health-wise, but you do what you can, right?
Yeah.
So
well, let me ask you this, Doc, because we do get the doctors from the Physicians Advisory Group on, I mean, all the time, and so we've had Dr. Wen on, and at least for the past month, he's been talking about this idea that we can't move backwards, that we've set into place allowances under this PCOR 1 designation. That kind of makes it seem like it's not really a PCOR 1 designation. And as we've eased these restrictions and allowed places to open at whatever capacity, wide swath of different types of businesses and services that we can now go and go to and spend money at and all that. While that's running, we've seen the numbers increasing steadily. We've seen the deaths increasing steadily. And so when Dr. Wen comes on and says, we can't move backwards, he means we can't lock things down in a real PCOR 1 fashion. What do you make of that? And do you think that having all these options available to us during this PCOR 1 lockdown is contributing to the spread? Would it be prudent to maybe roll some of them back, in your opinion?
Well, let me give you a public health perspective on that, right? I mean, a lockdown is really intended for us to buy us time so that we can prepare. But in reality, a lockdown is not sustainable. You can't keep that going forever. And so you really have to start planning ahead. And I think one important thing for our community is a mindset change, right? I think many of us are still hanging to the hope that this virus will be gone by Thanksgiving or by Christmas. But I think we have to prepare ourselves mentally and psychologically that this thing is going to be around for quite some time, and I think maybe well into next year. So once you start to accept that, you can start thinking about what are the things you have to put in place so that you can start building back towards a more normal life and return to some form of normalcy for the economy. And there are certain things that have to just be in place, right? You can't have super spreader events. You can't have events like big weddings or big parties. You can't have that. You have to have universal mask wearing. So if we ever get to a point where we want to open businesses, it's got to be very clear. Everyone has to wear their mask. And you've got to wear the mask all the time. Because the reason why there's a break is when people take the masks off in like the lunchroom or when they're hanging out with their friends outdoors, you got to wear it all the time and you've got to wear it right. How many times have you seen folks and they're wearing the mask, but the mask is here and the nose is out? That doesn't work. You've got to cover your nose and your mouth. So that's got to be an important precondition. You have to have the physical distancing and the hygiene and the sanitation and all that. I think a good thing to think about is maybe every business, every school, every restaurant has to have somebody who's trained in contact tracing in-house, so that if someone in the staff gets positive, that you can begin the contact tracing already from within your own institution. And there's online courses and UOG offering to do the training for that. So maybe that's something to think about. If we want to open, businesses have to have somebody in-house who's trained to do contact tracing. And then, of course, the widespread education and outreach and advocacy. But I think we need to accept the fact that this virus is going to be here, and that maybe life will never go back to the way it was before the virus came. And I think once we're over that psychological hurdle, we can start thinking about how we move forward.
Dr. David, did you say you help with the standing up of the isolation facilities or providing a...
Yes, back in March at the beginning, yes, we created that.
There was a hearing last night, discussions about the COVID isolation processes. Did you get a chance to see that by any chance?
No. You know, after I had my diagnosis, I'm afraid I wasn't able to keep up anymore. So I don't really know what the status is at this point.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting because they were talking about the differences in terms of the monitoring for the people that were on home isolation versus those that were in the government isolation facilities. And the ones that are in the government isolation facilities are more of the younger people. They don't want to be at home because the people at home are the ones with the comorbidities. Then you have the ones that are in home isolation are the ones that have the comorbidities. And so they get the twice a day type phone calls. And so then the discussion became like, we should maybe think about opening a COVID clinic for these people that are on home isolation. To check in daily, basically, so that, you know, doctors aren't just like, okay, well, you have COVID, go home, and then if you can't breathe or you have a hard time breathing, go to the doctor. Do you have any thoughts on the opening of a COVID clinic?
Well, I think if someone's in home isolation, you don't really want them going out in public. So, you know, with telemedicine being available and, you know, everyone on Zoom basically the entire day, I think it's possible to set up a system where if they have any medical issues that they can get hold of a healthcare professional without having to leave their home. So the point of isolation is you have to stay put. You know, you don't really want to go out at any point in time where you can transmit the virus. So technology, I think, will enable us to address that. But I like where you're going, which is that it's important to have in place some sort of medical safety net for folks who are COVID positive and may have pre-existing conditions.
Man, if you have time, you should try and get in on this physician advisory group.
Or never mind, you could just come on the show every week.
Yeah, just come on.
Write-in candidate.
Yeah. Doc, I know you're giving a presentation on vaping and COVID. This afternoon.
It's on today at lunchtime, so join in if you have the time.
Well, I'm just maybe spoiler alert, guys. Can you give us a little preview? Because we've talked to different doctors who, obviously, at the onset of the pandemic, a lot of it's a respiratory disease that affects the lungs. We now know that it also affects other systems within the body. So, give us an idea specifically. With your discussion, and for the people out here vaping their lives away, how risky is it?
Okay, well, I'm not even going to get to that point of lung disease and all. I'm going to be very, very practical, right? Your biggest protection against the COVID virus is your mask, right? Well, when you vape or you smoke, you have to take off your mask, correct? So with that alone, you already open yourself up to infection. And then when you vape or you smoke, the hand to mouth is very frequent, right? And one of the risk factors is transmitting from your hand to any of your mucous membranes. So the hand to mouth activity puts you at even higher risk. And then the third thing I'm going to share is, when you think about the virus can live on surfaces for quite some time, right? And what they found is on cardboard and paper, it can survive for 24 hours. And on plastic and metal, it can survive for up to 3 days. Well, what's your cigarette made of? It's made of paper. So if someone's virus has been floating in the air and has somehow landed on your cigarette, it can stay there for 24 hours. And on your vape device is made of plastic and metal. So again, these devices you can put down on surfaces and then you put it back in your pocket and you take it out and you bring it back in. And if there's a virus on that, it could be there for 3 days. It could be hanging around quite a bit. So just from those very practical points, already you have made yourself vulnerable to infection. And there's a little bit more that we'll go into later.
I'm sure.
But I don't want to say
just
too
a
much.
little Chessa, right? Just a little Chessa for us. Doc, we had a comment here from Bobby Benaventi. What's up, Bobby? Ask Dr. David to come back and speak about Guam's suicide data that she has led in the collection, analysis, and reporting for over the past 10 years. That sounds great, but the thing is, I know you're so busy, so maybe if you could just kind of address that now, because people have said that it's alarming the number of suicides that have happened during this pandemic. You've seen the numbers. Is there an increase because of this pandemic?
Well, the numbers we have in Guam are very small. So we tend to aggregate everything in an annual sum before we do any sorts of analysis, because if you have very small numbers, then your analysis may not be very accurate. But I will say this. We are thinking of COVID-19 as a standalone illness, but in fact, it's not. It is a collision of a number of epidemics that we're seeing now. It's a collision with the non-communicable diseases like the hypertension and the diabetes, but there's also the mental health issues that we have to consider when it comes to this pandemic. You know what? We're all going to come out of this with post-traumatic stress, right? Because everyone is under so much tension, so much like emotional grief because of this pandemic. It's broken up families. You can't see for Thanksgiving, are we going to see our grandkids on Thanksgiving? People are afraid of the insecurity because of the employment status. Will I lose my job? Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of mental health issues, and certainly that would put you at risk for suicide. So it's very important not to forget all of these other health issues, mental health issues that really are exacerbated by the conditions we're living in right now. And I'd be happy to come back at some other point to talk about suicide, because it remains an urgent public health issue in Guam.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. David. I don't want to let you go. I mean, what else can we talk about?
I can always come back.
Okay.
Please go back.
Right. Thank you. And we're going to get Lillian on next to catch us up on the hospital. So thank you again, Dr. David, for your time. Keep in touch. You got my email. I'll shoot you my cell. So if anything, any insight you want to provide, it's always good. The more voices, the merrier.
Absolutely. And you all stay safe.
You too, Doc. You too.
Thanks.
God bless you. Wash your hands. And all we have in our KUAM News Zoom room, we have virtual ship biscuits, the Navy biscuits. We've also got some virtual masubi. There is a vegan one if you're watching your diet, Doc. Okay, so we're going to take just a really quick break. The lineup, we've got Dr. Michael the Physicians Advisory Group Education Committee Chair. We've got Christine Fajaran to talk about Arbor Month with the Department of Agriculture. And we'll go in next with Lillian Posadas, Hospital Administrator, right here on the link. It's The Breeze 93.9. That is coming up next. Our show proudly brought to you in part by Carrier Guam at 647-COOL.
Help slow the spread of virus. Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KUAM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KUAM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KUAM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze.
Kids medicine mayor research ne kisara chaurari sawal COVID-19. Me burin nageri barawat at si posopwero ne ferie petrie semwen. Awarauru fito awen seri cots. Purpuraive puet nuporam nofeten. Terupom non ukukun rue second. Terugeri soap mekorik. Ikeseor soap mekorik. Kewe hand sanitizer mayor orupesen arukornan. Terufiji ekoreri me bisekarabasra Son atapa ke sapatapa wan mesom nawatireim ikeapuren me fisemwen. Epetin marao me marawen achigicheng faviri pan marawachkits medicine. Epeti sawal me amarawakits. Retit sikire poraus katogeri kakeri irugatewe ikatawan ewe website tphss.guam.gov/Japur. Translation is made possible by a grant from the U.S. Department of Interior Office of Insular Affairs.
The Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Shopping Fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the 3rd annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save 1 life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
What is Guam COVID Alert? It's a community of people who care about the safety of others during these unprecedented times. It's thanks to the Path Check Foundation of over 1,000 volunteers collaborating from all over the world to create a unified solution. It's Apple and Google partnering up to develop a Privacy by Design app that uses randomized Bluetooth keys instead of identifying information to send notifications of exposures to others. It's PathCheck, Google, and Apple's marketing teams providing marketing toolkits to ensure Guam has all the possible resources to make this effort a success. It's the Governor's Office, Public Health, and the Office of Technology uniting with all these experts to find a solution to help slow the spread of COVID-19 on Guam. It's all of these things coming together for one simple thing: to protect our neighbors, brothers, sisters, and all the people of Guam, especially during these times of uncertainty. Help Guam stop COVID. Add your phone to the COVID fight. For more information, visit guamcovidalert.guam.gov.
Let's get in with Lillian Posada's hospital administrator for a hospital update. Lillian, we saw quite a high number of admissions yesterday. The hospitalizations continue to climb. So what's our COVID census at GMH this morning? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Guam. Good morning, everybody. As of this morning at 6 o'clock, we are at 62, our census for COVID individuals in the house. And of the 62, 9 of them are at the ICU level of care. And of the 9, 4 of them are on ventilator support. At the SIF up in Barragata Heights, you know, the total number of individuals that we've moved and transferred over there since October 9 is 31. As of this morning, we are at 6, which means quite a bit of them have been discharged home or to the ISOFAC, which is, you know, which is a good sign. They've healed and have recovered, and so are able to go back home to be reunited with their families or to the ISOFAC and continue the isolation process until they are cleared by public health. So that's where we stand right now.
Can you tell us a little bit about yesterday? Because we saw the numbers that you reported the day before, and then just kind of doing the math. How many people were admitted to the hospital yesterday for the COVID?
Yesterday, there were 5 admissions of, I believe, 10 individuals who came into the emergency room with the symptoms, you know, fever, shortness of breath, some with abdominal symptoms of, you know, abdominal discomfort. Some were discharged, released home, or released to the ISOFAC, and then 5 were admitted to the hospital because of their oxygen level was below the 90 percentile. So they've had to be admitted and provided supplemental oxygen.
Lillian, has anyone passed away since?
Not since the 67th COVID-related fatality at GRMC. We haven't had one at our facility.
Okay.
Let's hope there isn't going to be any.
Why, did you hear something, Bree?
No. I was just looking at the numbers because last night there were 5 on the ventilator. It was in the JIC report, and then you just mentioned there were 4. So I just thought I'd ask.
Right. 4 adults on the ventilator. We do have 1 infant, but it's not a COVID infected infant. We do have an infant who is on the ventilator.
I see. So those numbers are kind of mixed up there, and they reported the infant on the ventilator along with the COVID patients on a ventilator. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, possibly.
Okay.
They did.
Any issues with the staff, Lillian? Any more staff catch the virus since we last spoke?
Yes, there were a few. You know what? I don't have the exact numbers, but there were some that I believe 2 or 3 individuals that tested positive One of them was not at all in direct care with COVID patients. So that individual tested positive because of community, exposure, not hospital exposure, community exposure.
And then what about staff in terms of moving people around, having them at the different facilities? Because I know staffing's always been an issue, but as these hospitalizations continue to rise, how important are the imports that we have brought into the island to help with COVID?
Imports meaning staff?
Yeah.
Right. I think you said the 22nd you would start seeing some staff arrive.
Yeah.
Right. We're expecting, my understanding is there were 2 that arrived Sunday night, and then we're expecting 10 actually on the 22nd, which is tomorrow, from that staffing solution company. We're also expecting additional staffing support from the other staffing solution agencies. So, it's an ongoing basis that we're getting the additional staff because the numbers continue to, like today, 62. So, yes. The additional staff really just help with our situation here.
Have any of those staff that we brought in caught the virus?
None. They, not this recent batch. The first batch, as part of the pre-employment onboarding process, 2 of them tested positive, and so they were isolated before we put them to work in the units.
So they arrived on island, they were tested, and they popped positive.
As part of their onboarding process with their staffing solution, employer, they were tested before. Upon arrival, part of the onboarding process, that's for any new employee or any, people that we bring on board, that was part of the process, testing them. And there were 2 that for some reason, I guess, they tested negative before they left their place of, where they were. Yeah. And for some reason, maybe they just got exposed through their travel or right before they left. And yes, they tested positive when we tested them as part of the onboarding process.
Hey, Lillian, I'm not sure if you could tell us anything about this case, but there was something I'd seen on social media about with a woman whose husband was hospitalized. And I think on her post, she said that this was his second COVID infection. I've seen a couple articles nationally, but is there any accuracy to that? Or have you guys seen anybody who
was hospitalized and then for COVID and then came back for another infection?
Okay, was hospitalized here at GMH for COVID, tested positive for COVID, and then seen again for another infection?
For COVID.
Okay. Unless I get a little bit more details about it, I can't really comment. I don't have the information.
Right.
Have you seen cases like that though?
Of reinfection?
I'm trying to think. We do have a couple that were discharged and have come back. Let me confirm that. Right now, there's so much information. Right. So, I have not really seen reinfection. It was possibly that they still did not clear the infection, but they did not have the symptoms to continue needing the hospitalization, were discharged home. But let me look into that further and get more information so that I can give you the accurate information.
Thank you.
Is that just one case that you heard?
Well, when you look into it, if you find any others, feel free to share.
Or reinfection, sure. I mean, that is definitely a possibility, and there have been cases in the mainland of reinfection.
Right. Yeah.
I wanted to follow up on the 10-month-old baby. Since we last spoke, that was infected with COVID.
Okay.
Is that baby okay? And have there been any other babies or newborns that have contracted COVID?
You know what? Again, so many have come through ER, but none that has brought to my attention in terms of, an infant. The 10-month-old is still with us, and it is under, close observation. It's not on any, let me find out more, but yeah, the infant is still with us, the 10-month-old.
Receiving ICU level of care.
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
Just for clarification, the 6 that you said were at the SIF, that's part of the total GMH census, right? At the 62?
Correct. Included in there. Yeah, fact.
I wanted to follow up also on just an article I read about the convalescent plasma therapy and GMH looking into administering that. Are you guys still looking into it? Or have
Yes, the medical director of our laboratory department is working on the protocols and the guidelines so that we make sure that, we are in alignment with how it is with CDC and in the mainland, how it is going to be ordered and administered. So all of that is being worked on by our medical lab team, the medical director and the lab administrator. And then we're going to vet it with the doctors and the medical director before we can actually implement that treatment protocol.
Is there a targeted time frame when you're plan to implement it?
Not yet. It
Okay.
hasn't been established yet, the time frame.
Thank you, Lillian. You good?
Welcome.
You good?
Yeah.
Okay. Appreciate your time. Yeah, if you do get that info on the reinfection, because I think a lot of people are talking about that now, especially since it's come out in the national and international media.
Right. Yeah. So we still need to exercise
Right.
the precautionary measures, wearing your mask.
I like your mask, by the way. It reminds me of a picnic tablecloth.
I was actually going to say it looks like University of Alabama.
Or it could even be like a St. Francis. You remember St. Francis had the...
Well, also, given the fact that she's wearing that
Sinai?
Well, no, I was going to say the cardigan plus the houndstooth mask. She looks like a fan of the Alabama Crimson Tide. That's Bear Bryant, Coach Bear Bryant right there. So, roll Tide, Lillian.
Yeah. Don't mind our friend Jason. He's...
I'm somewhere else.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lillian.
Thanks, Lillian.
Esta, okay. Wash your hands. Oh, by the way, there's a Navy biscuit, virtual Navy biscuit.
Okay. I'm
Yeah.
waiting for the lobster.
Oh, yeah.
that's
Well, you got to come on tomorrow. Esta, okay. Okay.
Bye, Lillian.
9:28. We got to take a quick break. Coming up in just a bit. But first, let's just go to the Zoom room here where we have Christine Farron, who's the... hold on, okay, Chris, let me get your...
Forestry Division Chief for the
Right.
Department of Agriculture.
And she's also has been newly... so you got promoted. You're now the chief of that division, right?
Correct.
Wow, so
Yeah.
congrats. There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, Chief. So let's talk a little bit about Arbor Month. What can you tell us about Arbor Month? I saw you sent some pics, guys. We have those? Okay, good. What are we doing in Arbor Month, and how has it changed with the COVID?
We went virtual along with everyone else, all our partners. And so, yes, this definitely moved our team outside of their comfort zone, right? We're all implementers. We're out in the field and planting and prepping sites. So we do have the forestry team out planting. They are still going out and taking care of those thousands of trees that we need to get in the ground, but we're doing it in-house. So it's moving a lot slower, but we're doing it. But for the rest of the community, and it's, I appreciate that I'm following COVID conversations, because one of the wonderful benefits about trees is that they help reduce stress. There have been social studies done over the years that have really shown how trees in your urban setting, taking hikes, or even just sitting outside underneath the tree, like these things can really help reduce stress, reduce crime rates in some cities.
Right.
And so our theme this year is Plant Hope for Our Future. And HOPE is the acronym. It's health of people and environment. So we're really trying to pull all of those messages that we've shared across over the years about the benefits of trees to the broader audience and make it a focus point for this year.
Nice. You're right. Trees do relieve stress. I know a very specific tree that relieves a lot of stress. But Doc, what about gardening and people like sprucing up, planting trees? I've heard through the pandemic so many different stories about people who've been staying home and using the opportunity to kind of do up the yard, right?
Yep. It's exactly. We've all seen it. We've seen people. You go to the stores and you'll find that like pots are sold out. Soils being purchased. I mean, people are really practicing the use of their green thumbs. And in fact, like even in our yard, I finally put my calamansi trees in the ground.
Wow.
We work so hard to like do things out in public that sometimes I have to look at my own yard and be like, yay, my iba tree is in the ground. And it's native trees and my fruit bearing trees. So for our calendar though, we've got a pretty cool lineup. And one of my, we have the regular lineup for our weekly postings, which are as always our Terrific Tuesdays, Wildfire Wednesdays, and Forestry Fact Fridays. But what we've included is that for every day of the week, from Arbor Day, which was October 13th, we have posted for Mondays, Celebrate Arbor Month. And so on Mondays, I post photos of previous planting events that have come from both Forestry's archives, but also our University of Guam Cooperative Extension team, all across, our natural resource partners. They have shared photos. So you're going to see video collages and just individual shots of people who have truly enjoyed, the planting with us and appreciating trees. And one of our challenges for Arbor Day, in fact, was if you take a walk or hike out, visit one of those trees that you may have planted in a previous tree planting during Arbor Month. Take a photo with that tree. And, one of the sad, humbling parts, might be that maybe your tree won't be there, depending on where you go. Some of our urban settings, we've done wonderful tree plantings over the years, but because of construction, development, or disease or pest, trees have had to be removed. So it's going to be a humbling point to see just where our trees have remained in place. And this is why we emphasize right tree, right place.
Right. Are you guys offering trees to plant?
We will be, yes, towards the end of the month. So because we're out planting right now, anything that we have extra, we're planning we have an annual Tricks or Trees event, right? Aww. And that's traditionally come out and plant trees.
Tricks or Trees.
But we're not going to be planting with the public this year, unfortunately. But I'll be setting out a flyer soon, which is if you've completed several of our activities, whether it's our scavenger hunts, which you can do in your own backyard, your own green spaces, or the bingos, or the different activities that we posted throughout the month, you show us the 3 completed ones, and that earns you a free tree. And so we'll be sharing that via the private messaging that occurs because people are sending it over the social media, Facebook or Instagram. And so there is an opportunity for that. And I'll send a flyer soon, I hope. But we do have a virtual reading. It's our second one. We're having a total of 3. The first one was absolutely awesome. It was Olympia Terrell reading Mother Tree. And our next reading will be Regrets by Adrienne Lorzell. She tried to hide that she submitted this winning entry, and but we found it, and one of our other colleagues is going to be reading it on behalf of Adrienne, and it's gonna be pretty great. It's gonna be our first poem, and we have support, collaboration with the Guam Sign Language Services, the Tlaadza Micronesia Corporation. So they're actually translating the readings for us. So we're trying to open this up to, be all inclusive.
Let me know if you need a guest reader.
Mm-hmm. I will.
I like words. Yeah.
All right.
I can read, contrary to what a lot of my critics say. I'm very well read.
And very, what is it called?
I can do voices and,
animated. There you go. Very animated.
Animated. That's putting it nicely.
You know what? I'm sensing a collaboration coming here.
Right.
So you add some voice and characters to a cool little comic strip or something for us. Oh my gosh. Got this.
Christine, you mentioned social media. You guys have a great presence on Instagram. Can you just give out a social media if people want to follow? So they can.
I'm sorry?
Your social media. Give out the division social media because I follow you guys and you put out a lot of great content.
Oh, thank you. It's at Guam Forestry. So just all one word, at Guam Forestry, Facebook, Instagram. We have Twitter, but I still, I need to sit down and really figure out what it needs to look like for Twitter, because I all I send are hashtags, right? So I'll work on our Twitter game.
Yeah.
But now, solid.
All you do is on Instagram, when you share the post, there's an option. If you scroll down, you can also share it to your Twitter.
That's all I do.
Yeah.
So it's I think I need to develop that a bit more though, because it's always the key hashtags that we love to promote.
Right.
Yeah. So we just want people to, you don't have to feel like you have to go far out there and go hike for miles to truly appreciate Arbor Month. This really is about, if we're home and we're sheltering in place, then understand that you can walk outside and appreciate that green space right there, whether it's the lawn, the tree that's in the yard. And for the scavenger hunts, we've tailored them so that you can just walk out and literally get to the microscopic of what's in your space. And this way, more people can at least just be outside, right? Because we know that vitamin D is absolutely excellent. So just trying to get people to appreciate it and reduce some of those stress and anxiety levels.
Right. That's why we love bringing you on. That really translates, Christine, when we interview you, the passion that you have for what you do. Thank you.
Thanks, Christine.
And congratulations, Chief.
Yep, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
They give you a badge or something? You got a badge or?
No.
Let me talk to Chelsea. You need a badge.
Good. All right. Maybe I'll get a high five and a sticker. We'll see.
Okay, that works. Thank you,
Right.
Christine.
Thank you.
There you go.
Okay.
Always a pleasure, Christine Farron.
She gets a face shield.
Right. We can hook you up with a bedazzled face shield.
There you go.
We're gonna take
Like Chris's, right?
Yeah, this is battle tested, man. This is from going back and containing COVID. Me and this face shield. This is like the knights back in the day were like, and now we joust. I put this down. When I put this down, I mean business. It's a transformation.
Right.
Okay. So we're taking
Matter
a
of
break.
fact, for Halloween next week, we want people to show us their face shields. Bedazzle it, do whatever.
Right on. There you go. Mine was bedazzled for me, but I might have to.
It's a birthday.
Yeah, I know, but these stars, they're still shining. They're still shining. It's 9:30.
No one can ever dull your shine.
All right. We'll be back with more of the show here. It's the Link on the Breeze.
The holidays are almost
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dededo, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dededo. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
The Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Shopping Fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the third annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com. Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KUAM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KUAM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KUAM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
It's the link on the breeze, 93.9, just linking you up with all the info that we can. Shout out to our partners at Pepsi with the Pepsi Pizza Report. We'll give you a chance to win some pizza and some Pepsi tomorrow. I think we've also got a Pepsi Guam bottling trivia question we'll close out the show with. And we're also going to tell you a little bit more about Red Ball in a Box. But first, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani from the KUAM News team has some breaking news for us. Good morning, Sabrina.
Right. This is something that we had been tracking since last week with the Judiciary of Guam when we first received information. And so the Judiciary of Guam has finally responded to our inquiries since last week. And so according to a release that was sent to us, it states that the Judiciary of Guam received notification on October 19th that one of our employees working within the judiciary facilities tested positive for COVID-19. This employee last reported to the judiciary on October 16th to protect and promote the public health and safety of all judiciary employees and patrons. The judiciary continues to make diligent efforts, including over the past 6 months of this pandemic, to implement, practice, and enforce public health protocols to prevent and avoid a potential workplace exposure and to prepare ourselves in the event we receive notification of an employee testing positive. This past weekend, all of our judiciary facilities were heavily cleaned and sanitized, and our facility staff will continue throughout the week to undertake deep sanitization measures in all of our areas of operation. Additionally, given the high numbers occurring throughout the island, the judiciary has elected to take a proactive approach to stay all in-person therapeutic treatment meetings and sessions for 14 days and will re-examine the situation at the conclusion of this period. The judiciary, however, will continue to provide and conduct telehealth treatment services. And that was just received and sent by Tina Bloss, the Public Information Officer for the Judiciary of Guam. Again, they are confirming that one of their employees working within the judiciary facilities tested positive for COVID-19. Just so we will have some follow-up questions for sure. So Tina, it's coming your way.
All right, thank you. 9:45. Let's go into the KUAM News Zoom room. We're standing by. We have from the Physicians Advisory Group, Dr. Michael. Good morning, Doc.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me on again.
Always a pleasure. Just to clarify, you're the Education Committee Chair with the PAG?
Yeah, I'm on the Education Subcommittee. Okay. I guess the chairman person title is more than anything.
You didn't know you're the chair. Well, you are now, right?
Congratulations.
Sure, right. And I mean, we've had you on and we've talked about schools and, you know, the conversation and what we've said has actually changed as this pandemic has gotten worse. Yeah. I remember early on you were saying that, it was totally possible. There was a study that was you guys did with the Japanese School of Guam. But we kind of wanted to start with just your reaction. I know you weren't involved in the decision in any way because DODEA kind of operates within their own bubble. But just as a doctor sitting on a committee that will look at the return of face-to-face learning for everyone outside the fence line. What are your thoughts on Dodea schools reopening next week?
I'm cautiously optimistic that it's going to go really well. I really hope it does, of course. When the concern is when the cases get really high in the community, it's not so much that the kids will necessarily catch it in school and pass it along, but rather that the adults in the community will catch it, and then that includes staff, and then that'll come down to the kids. And then, of course, the other thing that we're seeing with such high cases now is just more and more kids are getting it because the parents are getting it, right? So I haven't seen Dodea's, the plans or the measures they put in place, but I assume that it's, all up to, CDC guidelines and, maybe even stricter. So we'll see what happens. We'll be watching this really carefully, and hopefully it goes really well. And, I know a lot of parents out there, right? I think there was a couple surveys done, one by DOE, one by some of the private schools. And they were pretty consistent that about 2/3 of parents out there, you guys are not alone in thinking that you guys are a little unsure about sending your kids back. And then about 1/3 of the parents out there are ready to send their kids back. And they are pretty confident.
Those are the ones, the naughty
that
kids.
are be taking place. Yeah, so, I think it can go well. And, it's very likely, I just want to tell all the parents out there, once schools open up, whether it's, really soon or next semester or next year, it's a very high chance that at some point there's going to be a child that, is positive that we find in school. But really the measure of success is going to be, well, do we have to close down the entire school, or were we able to kind of target and isolate who was affected, maybe keep that cohort out and then, let the rest of the school go on.
Right, yeah.
So that'll be the challenge.
Interesting points, because you do hear a lot of proponents for the return of face-to-face learning say things like, oh, the kids, they don't really get it, or oh, they do fine. But I mean, who the hell you think's teaching the kids? The grown-ups, you know what I mean? And we've seen the virus spread with adults, obviously.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then the other thing that, we talk about, the socialization and the learning, but I was reading an article about Bethany Taylor with Harvest House and how the reports of, child abuse is way down, which is a really chilling, fact to hear about. And, besides that, we have, we're reading about mental health and the suicides were going up. So, there's so much that now I think a lot of the adults are understanding, like, school, it's not just to go there to learn to read and, learn your math, but it's really a crucial part of, a childhood, really.
Right. Doc, maybe you could put on your pediatrician hat now and let's talk a little bit about Halloween.
Yeah. I haven't really heard too much yet. And usually around this time, we start getting a patient coming in with really cute costumes. I mean, with trick-or-treating, definitely there's ways you can do it safely, right? You can socially distance and, build face masks into the costumes. I think I saw some pretty inventive ones online already. But yeah, I think it's possible for kids to have a good Halloween still. I mean, we really just need to avoid like the big parties, right? I mean, it's just pretty obvious at this point.
So are you suggesting that as long as we wear masks and practice the 3 W's, it's okay to go trick-or-treating?
With the caveat, yeah. I mean, it's kind of the same thing anywhere, right? We want to avoid large gatherings. The tricky part is, it's once we get out and it's kind of naturally, you just kind of want to congregate if you see other people, right. Especially since we're all kind of like socially starved now. But yeah, I mean, I think if parents are very mindful, and kids are definitely going to be excited and they're going to want to go out and have a good time. But if we're all really mindful and very careful, it's possible. But honestly, I'm more concerned about the adults, and if we see another uptick in cases afterwards, then yeah, I'm going to be eating my words and saying, no, we definitely should not have been doing that. Yeah. So,
well, I mean, you want to eat them now or you want to eat them later? It's up to you.
Please, everybody, be careful.
Yeah.
Don't make me eat my words.
Right.
We do see, though, the increase in the numbers with the 0 to 9-year-olds, like, for example, 16 new cases in the past several days, 10 to 19, 15 new cases in the past several days. Is that cause for concern, or this is kind of like what we should expect?
It is a cause of concern. I'm not on service at the hospital right now, but I do get the kind of daily updates on what the census is looking like. And I was actually shocked. I saw that there were some COVID cases that were ICU level for kids. I don't know the details of those cases, but I think those were probably the first couple true ICU cases due to COVID. And so, when the kids are getting it, it's really a reflection on how widespread it is in the community. I think I saw a chart recently, listed the 50 states and territories, and Guam was in the dark red portion. And if you look on the little legend, what it says, dark red was unchecked communities, widespread. And, that's really what we have right now.
Send me that.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, thanks, I guess just again on Halloween, what about this idea that what we're starting to see, Doc, is kind of like drive-through Halloween? Do you think that kids still have a good time doing that? Is that kind of a safe way? I know there's a couple of mayor's offices who are kind of doing like drive-through.
And the guard.
Get the candy. The guard is also doing a drive-through. So I've seen this migration of people trying to like COVIDify Halloween, if you will, with different protocols.
Oh, I hadn't heard about that, but that's very creative, and there's a way to. I'm sure they can make that really fun for the kids. It kind of reminds me of the drive-through graduations that they had,
right?
Early in the year, and actually, like looking at some of those photos, like it actually looks really fun.
Yeah, well, they made the most of it for sure.
Moment to shine.
Yeah. Doug, just
oh, sorry.
They made the most of it with the drive-through grads.
Oh, yeah,
definitely. Yeah. Just what are you making of these numbers though, and the hospitalizations and the deaths that keep coming, Doc? Is it overwhelming?
It is. They're really sobering. What it is well, I mean, I don't know exactly what it is, but it's just. It's all over our community. I recently tested, had a patient, or well, not a patient, a person that came to my clinic to get tested, no symptoms, could not pinpoint a contact, and was just going to work, and the company just wanted everybody to get tested because they found another case, and I was super shocked, he was super shocked, and we sat down and really talked about like what it means to like self-isolate. Thankfully for him, it was pretty easy to live alone, but that's. I mean, multiply that by however many times in a community, and people who are pretty well appearing, asymptomatic, might not even think they're at risk because they can't recognize the contact. They're around in the community. So I don't know how the COVID alert app, what the download status of that is so far, but yeah, every patient that comes in to get tested, I highly recommend that they download it just to give some sort of advantage to them. So, if they get alert and then later they feel like a little tickle in their throat, maybe just get checked.
Wow. Pretty good?
Yes.
Yeah, I think she's texting the court maybe. Doc, anything in closing? Because you seem a little more reserved than, usually bubbly and upbeat, and I just want to make sure these numbers aren't, it's getting to all of us.
Yeah, it's been a long 8 months, right?
Yeah.
It's catching up. I think it's time for. I think I need a break too. Or at least a haircut. Oh man. But yeah.
I didn't want to say anything, but is there a shortage of hair product out here? Because usually you're done up pretty good.
No, the problem is my hair is getting too heavy. There's not enough hair product to keep it up anymore. I just did a haircut.
All right, Doc. Anything in closing you want to add before we let you go?
Please, we all know what we have to do, and actually, you know what? The face mask, I really like that Guam is really good about wearing them. And I do tell the story about how, when I had COVID, my wife, she was terrified that she was going to get it and pass on to her patients. So we isolated at home, but all we did was wear a face mask at home, and she, tested negative 4 times over a period of 8 days. And so I just really want to tell everybody, like, if you think you're sick at home and you're not sure, just wear a face mask at home. It'll do a lot of good.
Thank you, Doc.
Thanks, Doc.
All right. Thanks, guys.
See you. Enjoy your coffee. Yeah. And send me that chart. I'd like to see that.
Oh, yeah, we'll do.
Okay, Doc. Appreciate it. Dr. Michael Lum, the Physicians Advisory Group. He's on the Education Committee. Cautiously optimistic about Dodea schools reopening. So
They
there
actually
you go.
discussed this issue during one of the hearings late yesterday.
What was the tone of the discussion, Bree?
Well, the parts that I listened to, I know Senator Cherese Kellum had raised the issue, just wanting feedback from Congressman Mike St. Nicholas, and Art St. Augustine spoke. Former Congressman Robert Underwood spoke about it because she was concerned about this kind of division that it might present, because you have the military, they're doing going back to face, and you have GDOE not. I'd have to rewatch the tape too.
Yeah.
But you said it at the beginning, it seemed like a congressional forum.
Yeah.
It kind of did.
Yeah, it did. I know there's.
But it was stressed that the military does have all these resources, much more resources than the government of Guam.
And a much smaller infection rate, because of the controls they've applied. But I thought it was interesting.
And that was the thing, the controls that they applied early on.
Yeah, and when we had Superintendent John Hernandez on, he said that, to the best of his knowledge, a lot of the parents of Dodea families for the Panthers were actually insisting and wanted very much so that they would return to face, which is interesting because in that community, it's all up to the admiral. If he determines that it might be some sort of health or safety violation, or God forbid, some sort of like a national security incident, he can, that's his call. But,
I just think for the most part, a lot of people are looking at Dodea schools like, you crazy. That's what I think.
And you do have civilian employees.
Yeah,
right?
that's the other thing. It's not just a military and us issue. I mean, a lot of our people are teaching these kids.
And like with anything, I mean, we can learn from our friends in the military, from the private sector, from the federal government, from the local government. If a group does something, and whether it works out to their favor or whether they have there's a little misstep and everything like that, that's knowledge that hopefully we can apply in other types of organizations.
Right, and we're due for a catch up with Admiral Manoni.
Yeah,
I did put in
overdue.
the ask, and so his schedule is pretty tight this week, and so Lieutenant Commander Moore is looking at a schedule for next week, and so we'll be able to catch up with him and talk with him about the factors behind the decision to resume face-to-face, and everything else is going on with Joint Region Marianas, and we certainly do appreciate the fact that he does come on and meets with us. So thanks, Admiral Manoni and Lieutenant Commander Moore.
It's just so insane to me that we get more transparency on this show from the Admiral than from our own governor. I can't even. It's nuts.
Sorry, real quick. You were just talking about Halloween with Dr. I wonder if they're going to allow trick or treat in any capacity or to any scale on base. Maybe it's at the youth center. Maybe it will be like a drive-through thing, or maybe like a sign.
If we get Commander Manoni on Admiral Manoni, Admiral Manoni on next week, we can ask him.
Yeah. Okay. Remember, all of our guests coming on next week, come on in costume.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do have the Heroes for Halloween
Right.
that we're working on, and so we're asking some of our frontliners to dress in their favorite superhero, although they are superheroes. And we're going to feature them, talk with them about some safety measures and things like that next week.
I got a chance to get a couple of these Red Ball in a Box dinners from the Lotte Hotel. Chef Pete DeZahn, of course, we're a big partner with the American Red Cross and the Red Ball every year. It's obviously different with COVID, but they were able to kind of salvage what a lot of people feel is one of the best parts about the Red Ball, and that's the food, because you get all the best chefs on the island to put together different dishes. And usually how they do it, Brie, is you have one chef will do like the appetizer, one will do the soup, one will do the dessert or whatnot. And what we have with the Red Ball in a Box is different chefs for each week, for I think the next 3 weeks, will be coming up with an entire dinner menu. And so we're going to take it over to
a 4-course gourmet dinner.
Right. And we'll take it over to Chef Pete Damoa'n. I was able to pick this up yesterday. It's Red Ball in a Box. A little more here with the link on location. Good morning. Red Ball in a Box. Yes. Starting off here at the Lotte Hotel. Chef Pete, thank you so much. A couple Red Balls in a box here. Chef Pete Damoa'n, of course, of the Lotte. First of all, Chef, how's it feel to go first, to have the first Red Ball in a Box out?
So this is the first time that we're gonna do because of the ongoing pandemic.
Right.
So American Red Cross, in behalf of American Red Cross and Micronesian Chef Association, I'm one of the chefs that will represent the fundraising regarding American Red Cross. For this week, I'm representing Lotte, and for next week it's Chef Peter Dueñas, and the third week is from Hyatt, Chef Mirko Agostini. So on my menu, first it's a seafood carpaccio with raspberry sauce.
Raspberry and seafood, Chef?
Yes.
You're crazy.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
What are you smoking, Chef? How'd you come up with that?
Yeah. It's kind of a citrus flavor to overcome the seafood. So it's gonna be, there's a flavor that's a thing there that you're gonna be, can complement with the seafood.
And then does the raspberry also kind of cleanse the palate for the next dish?
Yes.
Right on.
And for the next dish, it's a garden salad with a Atlantic salmon florets with a caviar. Yes. Then it's a herb vinaigrette dressing. And for my entree, it's a certified Angus beef short ribs, complement with a lobster tail and tricolor mashed potato and seasonal vegetable asparagus and carrots. Wow. And it's autumn festival, something like giving thanks to friends and family. Right. This is how the Asian or Chinese or Korean giving thanks. So we adopt it. So it's like giving thanks to blessings that we got.
Right.
And sharing to our friends and family.
So it's
a mooncake.
It's a Thanksgiving theme, yes. But you did the Asian twist with
it's a mooncake. Yeah,
right.
mooncake. Yeah.
Wow, that's of course homemade here at the
Lotte Hotel.
Chef, how did you manage to pack so much flavor into a little tiny bento box? Tell us how you overcame that challenge, because this is really, I mean, you guys flipped COVID on its head. Yeah. You didn't let COVID take the Red Ball from us. So
yes.
What was your game plan in preparing these dishes? Big flavors, little box.
Yes. So every single box got different flavor. So what I do on the appetizer, it's something like you make it into a nice dish and a reduction of mixed berries. And for my second dish, it's a mesclun salad. It's really tiny so that they can fit it in a small box and whatever.
Right.
It's kind of challenging to us. Instead of the previous gala dinner that there's no pandemic, you can put it in a plate and set it on nice, like a chef, they want it like a height on presentation.
Right.
But for in the box, you cannot do like really a nice presentation. But I made it,
Chef,
really.
What do you mean you can't do a nice presentation? This is a masterpiece.
Yeah.
Tricolor mashed potatoes, you got short rib and lobster?
Yeah, so that's how I came, like brainstorming on my side and my team. So it's a lot of challenge on this, but we came up in a nice presentation and a nice taste,
right.
A good taste.
Red Ball in a Box. Chef Pete here at the Lotte. I like my name. I call it Red Ball Baluten in a box. Chef, thank you. I'm so excited to try this.
You're welcome, yeah.
Very good. So let's box it up and get it. This is great. Of course, American Red Cross Red Ball in a Box. Chef, how do they order this from Lotte Hotel?
Through American Red Cross. Right. So they give us they're gonna order through American Red Cross, right. But if they can also order us, then pass it on to the American Red Cross committee.
Right.
So they're the ones who really organizing. But if you want to order, I can communicate with our committee on the American Red Cross.
And I'll get all the ticket info. And so what days this week can they get Chef Pete Dizon's Red Ball in a Box?
Starting today, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday for this week.
Thank you, Chef.
You're welcome.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
Fanciest balutan ever. And you get to keep the box.
Yes.
Right? Nice. Maybe I'll fill it with some of my cooking and bring it back to you, Chef. It ain't going to be as fancy as this, though. Chef Pete, thank you so much.
You're welcome, Chris.
God bless you. God bless Lotte Hotel and American Red Cross. Of course, it's Red Ball in a Box. Thank you, Chef Pete Dizon, for an amazing meal last night. You can, Bree, check out American Red Cross.
Yeah, they're on Instagram. It's Red Ball Guam. You can find out all the information about how you can order your Red Ball in a Box. It's not only Lotte Hotel. There's also the Hyatt, Chef Mirko, who's doing this 4-course dinner.
Oh, yeah.
And Chef Peter from Mezcla. This is in partnership with the Micronesian Chefs Association. All the information you need to buy one of these delicious dinners is on their Instagram. Or you can call and order by calling 688-0283, 688-0283, or 0280. But again, all the information is on Red Ball Guam on their Instagram, and probably on Facebook.
All right, thank you, Bree. Again, the show proudly brought to you by Carrier at 647-COOL, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and the Thrive Coalition. Good job today, Bree.
Good job.
Good job, Joe, sir. Good job, Jason. Good job, Master Control. Also, Kengineer and the team. And remember, we got your 6 with our KUAM News primetime broadcast. But, most especially, good job to you. Yes, you. Good job to you. Let's take this serious. Let's do what we got to do. Everybody's saying it. Wear your mask. Wear your mask. Don't be touching stuff, okay? Stop touching everything. I'm good. Before COVID, my kids touched this. No, don't touch the handrail. Don't touch this. Don't touch anything. They know how to go to the bathroom without touching anything.
Right. Wash your hands.
Yes.
I spray my hands with alcohol.
I flush the toilet with my foot. Oh, sorry.
And Dr. Cabrera said make sure you wash your feet too.
Yeah, wash your feet. What did Dr. Cabrera say? The feet are the hands of your legs. That's some deep philosophy right there. Hey, it's 10:08. We're KUAM FM in Agotnia, Guam. Anything else, Bree?
No.
Okay,
Just
good.
Stay safe.
You guys stay safe, okay? My name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Thank you guys again, Link fam. Be safe out there. Leaving you with this one from the Marianas Collective. It's Love Letter number 42. Again, this has been the Wednesday, October 21st episode of The Link on the Breeze 93.9, where your go-to jam is coming up next. Wahusi Chris, esta, adios!
Ooh, na 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 na, yeah, yeah, yeah.